Roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Ryan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Present.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Kotar. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Peel. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Keys. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Gross. We have 20 present. You have a quorum.
Quorum being present, we will now be led in prayer by Rabbi Susan Talby.
As we enter into this weekend, that we challenge the birth, that we celebrate the birth of Dr. King, and continue to feel the challenge of his life and legacy, I think about what he might say to us today, to all of us. Christians, Jews, Muslims, believers and non-believers of all ages and races and genders and orientations, to all that make up our city, the city that this board has been chosen to serve. What might Dr. King say to you, the leaders of this city, that depends on you to bridge the divides and dispel the disparities and stand in the breach, working for justice as he dared us to do, until there will be one St. Louis, as he said, held together by what he called a single garment of destiny, one that wraps us all in her arms and leaves no one out in the cold. Dr. King marched with rabbis and imams, with rich and poor, with old and young, and taught us that anyone who lives in these United States is us. No immigrant or refugee is other. He said from the Birmingham jail that we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied to this single garment of destiny, and that we cannot afford to live in the narrow provincial idea that some belong and others do not. He taught us that if one suffers, we all suffer, and there are those on our borders, in our neighborhoods, in our prisons, and on these very streets who are still suffering because the system defines them as less human, less worthy. So our work must be to make sure that everyone counts equally and that no one is left behind as we work to make our city a blessed community, truly a holy and safe and compassionate place to live. As you elected officials have been chosen to do the holy work of serving the common good, the greater good that puts truth before self-serving spin, that puts long-term vision before short-sighted gains, and creates policies that protect the people you serve, you are charged to defy the deep divisions that dare to harden our hearts. You know that Moses was an unlikely leader. Why was Moses chosen to lead? Because once, when he was tending his sheep, a small lamb wandered off, and God noticed that Moses followed that lamb, and when it was too tired to walk back on its own, Moses carried it back. God knew that Moses would not leave anyone behind. So you are chosen. you continue to serve our city from fixing the potholes to weaving that single garment of destiny. And so my prayer today is that we pray that you will not be like Pharaoh, whose name means the great divider, not be like Pharaoh, who in the end lost everything because of his hardened heart, but that you will be like Moses and like Martin, who taught us that we are all here to serve, and that to serve means working together for the common good of all, relieving the suffering of the most vulnerable, raising the quality of life for everyone, and not leaving anyone, not anyone, behind. 5 years ago yesterday, I lost my daughter to cancer. And like so many of your constituents who have lost children to gun violence, to lack of quality health care, and so many other tragedies that steal our children and break our hearts, there are some days that are so dark and so difficult that I'm not sure I can live in the world without her. Her funeral was on the Monday of the Dr. King holiday. It was the coldest day that St. Louis had seen in anyone's memory. And yet this city showed up for me and my family. Protesters left their protests, marchers left their marches, officials came, law enforcement showed up. Just about everyone from every corner of this city, people I had fought with, people I had loved with, everyone showed up. It felt like we were one. I'll never forget the compassion and the love that I felt that day when I needed it the most. And I'll always be grateful, and I'll always be a witness to the kindness that this city is capable of with your leadership. And this is what keeps me going on the most difficult of days. And I am grateful to you who keep the vision of that united garment of destiny alive. And I pray, and I invite you to pray with me as you continue to serve this city, that you and your families are healthy and happy, and that together we will continue to build a St. Louis that makes us all proud. Amen.
We will now proceed with the special order of the day. Okay. Aldermen from the 24th, you are recognized on the special order of the day.
Thank you, President Green. I believe it's Resolution 162.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, the special order of the day is Resolution 162, and I'm going to grab a copy of it real quick. I apologize for that brief delay. Yes, this is Resolution 162 honoring the the Very Asian Foundation. I think it's kind of fitting that today, the first day that we're back in chambers, is the day that we are honoring the Very Asian Foundation. As everyone knows, in March of 2020, the world kind of changed, at least locally here, as COVID-19 came to St. Louis. As COVID hit the rest of the United States, the coast first, and worked its way in, we saw a huge wave of discrimination, frankly, against Asian Americans and people of Asian descent throughout the country. It culminated in violence and discrimination and just overall hatred of people. And people who had nothing to do with what was happening around the country. Locally here, Michelle Lee, a KSDK news anchor, sparked a movement after an individual called and left her a nasty voicemail. This prompted her to start the Very Asian Foundation, and they've done some pretty incredible work. Recently, Mayor Jones proclaimed January 19th to be Very Asian Day in the city of St. Louis, and we just want to, I would ask that this resolution be made in bank. If anyone would.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st, that we put Resolution 162 in bank. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And I would ask for the clerk to read the resolution and that we pass it out. And thank you all.
Resolution number 62, honoring the Very Asian Foundation. Whereas the Very Asian Foundation, launched in St. Louis after Michelle Lee, a KSDK news anchor, sparked a global moment of unity after dismantling racism with a message of belonging for all people, including Asian Americans living in St. Louis and in the countries around the world. And whereas the Very Asian Foundation is a nonprofit organization that spent its inaugural year supporting Asian American charitable groups through fundraising, advocacy, and amplification, including groups like Stop AAPI Hate, the Asian American Journalists Association, the Asian American Foundation, the Korean American Adoptive Family Network, and the AAPI Montclair. And whereas the Very Asian Foundation created a national awareness campaign called the May Book Project, inspired by St. Louis high schoolers who want to see more Asian American youth representation in their libraries for all readers, and doing so by providing more inclusive materials such as a vetted book list created by national scholars and a toolkit produced by Asian Pacific American Librarians Association. And whereas the Very Asian Foundation worked with corporations in St. Louis and around the country to raise money to send books to at-need libraries that couldn't afford but wanted more Asian American youth literature for every reader, including Warner Elementary in St. Louis, where many students speak Vietnamese, Nepali, and Jari. And whereas the Very Asian Foundation's co-founders, Michelle Lee and Gia Vang, along with Executive Director Suji Hung and St. Louis-based Executive Board members Alex Lee and Steve Lenevy, participated in more than 100 Very Asians by Very American-focused mixers, panel discussions, and media events to support creators, restaurants, small businesses, journalists, and more. And whereas the Very Asian Foundation serves as a community organization to shine a light on Asian experiences through advocacy and celebration, and encourages all people to celebrate their full humanity. And whereas Mayor Tashara O. Jones has proclaimed January 19, 2023 to be Very Asian Day in the city of St. Louis. And whereas this Board of Aldermen encourages all citizens of the great city of St. Louis to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance by eating dumplings and bringing their full humanity to the table. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Aldermen of the City of St. Louis that we pause in our deliberations to recognize the numerous accomplishments, achievements, and good deeds performed by the Very Asian Foundation. We further direct the clerk of this board to spread a copy of this resolution across the minutes of these proceedings and to prepare a commemorative copy to the end that it may be presented at the time and place deemed appropriate by the sponsor. Introduced this 13th day of January 2023 by the Honorable Brett Narayan, Alderman 24th Ward, and the Honorable Megan Green, President of the Board of Aldermen, adopted the 13th day of January 2023 as attested by.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President and members of the board, I rise not only to support this resolution, but the very occurrence of celebrating Asian Americans in America. This is personal. My family is multicultural. And so we have black, Asian black, and that becomes Chinese black. We have Japanese black, and we have Korean black. And they range the spectrum. So I've heard people say, you don't know about blacks and Asians. There are a lot of mixed intercultural people that live. But I also have a very real story to talk about that I've actually lived in the Central West End, South St. Louis for 8 or 9 years, and then North St. Louis. When I was in South St. Louis in the early years in the 70s, the alderman from the 9th and the 15th was Marty Abusi and Geraldine Osborne, and they were helping to build South Grand as we know it today. And one of the things they did, what they brought in was Asian Americans, and there was a big pushback that people didn't want it. I want you to know that if it were not for the Asian American businesses, South Grand would not look like what it looks like today. These are the people that became the foundation for our community and cared about our community. And when we have hate against anybody, it is wrong. People don't get to choose what color they are, if they're light-skinned black or dark-skinned black or Asian and black. I got Mexican and black in my family. My grandfather was half white. I can just go on. No, people don't get to choose who their parents are. And at some point in this world, we're going to get to a point where we stop hating people about who they are. It is ridiculous. It is horrible. I've watched it. I've been the target at this very board of aldermen. It is something that really makes me angry and makes me sad. And so I'm happy to be a co-sponsor and that we have Asian Americans on this board and look forward to more of them. But want people to know the story that there would be no South Grand business if the Asian Americans had not come in and saved it. So I don't want to hijack what your resolution is about, but I want to say it's a bigger thing, and until we understand about celebrating all people, Asian, African American, Hispanic, Caucasian, gay, straight, liberal, until we get over this and just celebrate who people are, we still have a long ways to go. So this is just one more step in honoring people, and I'm glad to be a co-sponsor, and thank you to the president and the alderman from the 24th Ward for sponsoring this resolution.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the courtesy resolutions calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to adopt the special courtesy resolutions calendar.
It has been moved by the alderman from the 25th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 14th, that we adopt the courtesy resolutions calendar. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh,
Aye.
hold on. We had discussion. We did put it in bank. Opposed? Motion carries. Introduction of honored guests. Any introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 26th. Yeah, we can't.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have as my special guest my colleague, Alderwoman Gwendolyn Evans, in the spirit of my mother, my beloved Delta dear, Rochelle S. Clark, and all of your sorors with DST on your Founders Day today as my special guest.
Alderwoman from the 21st.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President and members of the board. Just a quick announcement. On behalf of the Black Caucus, donuts and bagels are provided for you in our break room. This morning, I would like to welcome as my guests my children, including my son, Philip Sargent, in the U.S. Army stationed in Grafenwehr, Germany. And additionally, I am having all of the senior citizens of the city of St. Louis as my honored guest today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman from the 1st.
I don't mind deferring.
I couldn't hear you. Oh, Alderman from the 12th.
Okay, thank you. Test. Okay, there. For my honored guest today, and it may be a wee bit cheeky on my part, but I would like the women of the Missouri legislature, who I fully trust as a citizen and as an elected official here in the municipality of the city of St. Louis and in the state of Missouri, to make their own clothing decisions when it comes to professional attire. And in solidarity, that is why I'm breaking our own rules today to wear my librarian cardigan for my SLPL days. So again, my honored guest. Sorry.
Thank you.
I always wondered what it would be like to be a cabinet receiver. Oh, I am 6'3". Okay. So thank you all for joining me here today. Madam President, would you like me to reiterate that?
Yes,
Okay.
please, so we can hear you.
Okay. I wish that I had such a voice as the Alderman of the 25th. So anyway, my honored guests today are the women, the elected officials in the Missouri State Legislature, whom both as an elected official of the municipality of the city of St. Louis, as well as a citizen of the state of Missouri, I fully trust to make the appropriate decisions regarding their professional attire. And in solidarity, wear today, in defiance of our own rules, my cardigan from my St. Louis Public Library days just across the street at Central Library. So to the my upper colleagues in the Missouri legislature, whom I fully trust, I welcome them to be my honored guest today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, I saw our former attorney, David Sweeney, someplace. He want to welcome him back as my honored guest. Also, I want to make my honored guest the Alderman from the 21st and the 22nd, who this is their first times in the chambers. So I want to welcome them to the beautiful chambers of the Board of Aldermen. And also, I think, I'm trying to count up, oh, and the 11th. Oh, I do not want to be accused of leaving the men in the board out. So also welcome the Alderman from the 11th. I thought he had been here before. And I'm trying to count up, are we back at even, or is this the first time we have more women than men? I'm just, does anyone know? We got 1st, 2nd, 4th. No, we got 6, 8, 13, 14, 19, 20, 17, 21, 22, 26, 27. I think that makes us the majority for the first time in the 31 years I've been here. All right. And I also want to welcome all the press back here. And we look forward to you giving us wonderful stories, because we do great work here at the Board of Aldermen. And also, just I want everybody who's back here today to be my special guest, because I appreciate all of you, whether we agree or not. This is a hard job. And when we come back for sign and die, 14 of us will be leaving. And so I want to say it's been a pleasure serving with all of you. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 14th.
Good morning, Madam President and esteemed colleagues. I'd like to introduce as my honored guest our new Chief of Police, Mr. Chief Tracy. He's joining us today. I look forward to working with him as he brings a lot to the table for us. Thank you so much.
Alderwoman from the 4th.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to present as my honored guest Kelly McGowan, Todd L., and all the constituents of the 4th/12th Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, President Green. This is kind of a strange one, but I would like for you to be my special guest today because I believe, and I may be mistaken here, that this is the first time that a woman has taken the dais and overseen this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Any further introduction of honored guests? I would also like to have Chief Tracy as my honored guest today. I think I can speak on behalf of the full Board of Aldermen to say that we welcome you to St. Louis. We are happy that you chose to come here, and we look forward to partnering with you going forward to make sure that we have a safe St. Louis that all of us can depend on. So thank you so much for your service. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the approval of the minutes from December 9th and December 13th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam President. I was actually walking to the mic for honored guests.
Honored guests? Okay.
I would like to welcome, unusually, my colleague from the 23rd did not introduce his friend, neighbor, confidant, all-around Golden Girl pal, Greg Meyer, as his honored guest. So I would like to have Greg as my honored guest this morning down at the Board of Aldermen. And this being Friday the 13th, I'm not sure if that's part of the Aldermen from the 23rd Ward's superstition, for those of you that are familiar with the wonderful lyrics of Stevie Wonder. So don't break any glass, Aldermen from the 23rd Ward. Don't, step on a crack, break your mother's back, all those fun things. But I wish everyone a happy Friday the 13th. And that concludes my introduction of honored guests. Thank you.
Now you are recognized on the approval of the minutes.
I move that we approve the meeting minutes from our December 9th and December 13th meetings.
It has been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th, that we approve the minutes from December 9th, 2022 and December 13th, 2022. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C of the agenda and has been placed in the aldermen's mailboxes.
All right. Does anyone wish to take any bills off of the informal calendar? Does anyone wish to take any bills off the informal calendar? Seeing none. At this point in time, I am going to place us in recess for an hour so that we may have time to print some bills and make sure that they are on everybody's desk in pursuant to our rules.
Yes. We don't do minutes. You just write on your, did I give you an agenda? You just write on your agenda.
The Board of Aldermen back to order from recess. Thank you for your patience as we were able to get everything printed and ran out of paper and needed to work through all of those dynamics. So with that, we are on to, we'll recognize the alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bills 178 through 187.
It's been moved by the alderman from the 24th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bills number 178 through 186 or 187. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
And that's a non-debatable, has to happen. So now each board bill has to be separate. Thank you.
Okay.
Second of all, I'm opposed to introducing any new board bills. Mostly. There might be one or two I support, but I want to take them one at a time. That's why I'm doing a motion to divide. So he can just start. Everybody can introduce their own board bill.
Right. So we'll start then with Board Bill number 178, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman from the 13th.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I move to suspend the rules to for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 178.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 178. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderwoman from the 13th would yield. Yes. I did get your email. Thank you for that. So can you, I did read about something about we don't need this anymore. Can you appraise me again? Because I'm going into shock without eating any food. Had an apple this morning. So I can't remember what you said. If you would just bring me up to date, I appreciate it.
Sure, I'm happy to. So during the special committee meeting on the transition from to 14 wards, one of the subcommittees is looking over the ordinances that specifically mention either wards specifically or 28 wards in general. And one of the ordinances that came to our attention was this ordinance regarding surcharge for leak repairs that divided the city into different districts that were all a few wards in each district. What we found when we asked the water department about that ordinance is that they don't use this program at all. This is not something that they use to when they are dividing funds for leak repair. So it made sense at that time to, instead of amending it to change the districts, to instead just repeal it because it's not a used program anyway.
So why wouldn't we just do it when we come back then? Is there some emergency for this? That's why my question.
You know, I hear you. I would not say it's necessarily an emergency. It's more of a kind of cleaning the house before the new board comes in and taking one thing off their plate that I don't think puts too much on ours.
Well, but, it's Board Bill 178.
And may I add that
Sure.
this was, when we brought it up in the committee, when we were discussing it in the special committee, we asked, would the committee kind of support putting this in front of us now, and people seemed to be supportive of that. So this isn't just me wanting to get it done, but it seemed to be the work of the committee in general.
And so again, I understand what you're saying. I've been in many meetings where the caucus, all of us opposed going to 14, but nobody wanted to listen to us, even though we talked about how bad it was going to be 14 in North St. Louis. Right now, we only got 4 black wards. That's horrible. 5 maybe. That's horrible in a city that's 50% black, because that's horrible the way we drew these wards, okay? So I always wonder why I remember talking to you about not trying to take away people's vote, about driving when voting. And so I always find it so difficult how people can then say, well, I need you to do this for me, when they don't understand about compromise with me, because this is a compromising board. Mr. Oldenburg, the alderman from the 16th, and I have been on different sides, but we also have learned to work together. It works. Alderman from the 23rd, I was on a different side. We work together. There is a group of people that have not learned about there's more than one way. Alderman from the 7th, it's many people down here. I've been on the different side, but we work together. People, I didn't get my seniority. That's why I'm not the president of the board now, because I stood with the progressives about things they were doing. And that means I got punished by the former president, not this one. She always voted for my seniority. I will always give her that, okay? But I see this as just a comprehensive play at going around what other people wanted and saying this is something that needs to be done. This is not really an emergency. It can be brought back next year, or next term rather, not next year, because we're in 2023, and I don't understand why we have to do this now. I think this was just all a thing put together to say, oh, we got to do this stuff, okay? No, we don't. This is really not an emergency. And you can also, we are going to have to come back here. We don't need to suspend the rules for any of this stuff, because we're going to have a couple more meetings, and we can still get most of this stuff out, actually, okay?
Well, may I answer one of those points?
Sure.
So, as of right now, today is the last day to introduce a board bill for this session, and this board bill is really, like I said, just cleaning up something. I don't expect it to be incredibly controversial, and I think that, generally people want to see us doing things to prepare for the future, and this is just one thing that we can do to make sure that we're cleaning up before, we
but
hand over
I don't see how it prepares for the future, because you say they don't use it at all in the first place, right? Like
I said, it's just kind of cleaning it up, just getting rid of something that's unnecessary, that's talks about 28 wards. We're not going to have 28 wards come April. I'm not sure if the new board will prioritize this or not, and it's just about.
Are you hearing my thing that I'm saying to you is that people have to compromise? Are you hearing that at all? That if you won't compromise, you have to give compromise? Are you hearing that? That's what the thing I'm trying to teach you as the most senior person here. You do not always have to agree with people, but you will come when you will need those people's vote, and so you have to tread lightly on the things that you do, because they will remember how you did not hear them. You're probably right, and I am an advocate for women. Have been down here. When they were down here crying, when men was picking on them, I stood up for them, okay? That's who I am. But I don't like when people don't understand that it's a two-way street and that you don't get your way about everything. I'm going back and forth on something very important right now about if I'm going to vote on something, because even though I haven't been with it before, it's some people who have come through with me and voted with me. It is not always just about what you want. And when you do make it all about just what you want and don't hear anybody else, then you don't get what you want either, because you don't have a majority down here. That's what I'm telling you, okay? If, again, there's nothing going to happen bad if you just wait and introduce this when we come back. It's already been given to the clerk, and we're going to have to come back for 2 or 3 meetings between the 2 elections, okay? And it can get done, but for me, I want you to know what that feels like when people don't hear you and you just want to do something, not even really important, like the things that we talked to you about, like voting and not taking people's vote away. And a lot of these people around here who have not worked with me, you know what? They did not vote for your bill or a rule change. And you did that in the month of Black History Month, okay? And we were telling you, wow. And I told you a big, long story about why I would never vote for something to take people's right to vote away. And that was so much more important than what you're doing right now, because it doesn't make, if we never change this, it's not going to do anything, okay? And so I want you to learn that lesson about compromise. It's something I had to learn. I'm not going to tell you that I didn't. I had to learn that myself. So as a female that's been here the longest, it's something you're going to have to learn, okay? And you all, to me, have not learned it, and therefore I'm not supporting this or any of these bills of people who do not know about compromise. If you cannot compromise and work with us, we cannot be a body. Do you understand that?
I believe in compromise.
Right. Okay. No, you don't. Because when I tell you that you're taking somebody's vote away from a black person,
Yeah,
we are.
Please keep germane to what's in
Okay,
front of
she
us.
doesn't. Okay, then I was trying to tell you, because if she doesn't want you to hear this, that's even better. It's easier for me. I know how to vote no, and I know you need 20 votes. So if that's what I'm talking about. This right here. She didn't hear. She's gonna run it. And as long as you're gonna run it like that, you're not gonna have friends. You're gonna have a lot of people that will not be with you. There's nothing an emergency in this bill. I do like that you sit there and listen. Let me tell you that. Okay. And so, but Annie Rice wants it to be only on this bill, Alderman from the 8th. That's what it's going to be. You already said it's no emergency, so there's no reason to suspend the rules. We can just come back and introduce the board bill. And you know what? I'll probably be with it, and we'll probably get it right through. But today, I'm not in that mood to vote for it. And so I'm not going to. And maybe the Alderman from the 8th might learn a lesson about maybe I shouldn't have got in the middle of that, because you actually had me with your eyes and looking sad and being female, but she made me remember, okay? I don't like to work against women, okay? But I'm not going to vote for it because there's no emergency. And the Alderman from the 8th wants us to keep it pertinent, so I'm going to keep it pertinent. No. Roll call.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I was a part of this subcommittee looking at ordinances tasked by the special committee, and this is one of the things, as the Alderman from the 13th discussed, that came up that we've been working to introduce. The plan this morning was always to suspend the rules, and this is not something that just came up this morning, but the plan is to get the work done. We're here to do the work of the people. This is one of those things to do. There's no guarantee after today that bills will be able to move through. If any rules need to be suspended, then we're going to have this same question every single time. And so we're here to do the work of the people. These are some of the things that we've been tasked with doing. And so I support the Alderwoman of the 13th suspending the rules for this and all of these bills that are in front of us. We have a very short amount of time left to do this work before the board's transition. None of us in this room have any guarantee that we're going to be here come April 18th. And so we have an opportunity to get the work done now, and I think that we should take that. So there's, dealing with the last day to introduce board bills, there is a compromise on everyone's desk, and I look forward to debating that when we come down to the resolutions. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman for the 14th.
I would rise not in support of this because I think we're wasting our time. Why not let the new board decide which direction to take? I know I'm not going to be here. And I think that taking on this, some of these things at this time, when we have possibly 14 new people coming in here, these may not be the things they want to do. So why are we, trying to anticipate? I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not psychic. I don't know what this new board's going to bring to it. They may say, okay, so put these aside, Madam President, and bring them to the new people that are coming and let them decide. I mean, aren't we re-electing people re-electing or electing people to move the city forward, not to take on what the mantle that this board, current board, holds? It seems to me it would be a way of bringing in a new board and letting them choose their own direction rather than us choosing it for them. That's all I have to say.
Alderwoman from the 1st.
I'm going to ask for a roll call for each and every one of these board bills, but I want to also say the Alderwoman from the 8th brought up about she's looking forward to debating resolution. You don't have votes for that either. So there's not going to be much of a debate. We're just wasting a lot of time for most of this stuff. Again, you might do better to let Alderwoman Schweitzer, who's a young person, who I'm telling you, it's hard for me. It's real easy for me to say no to, so you might want to not get in the middle of this. And I want a roll call for this. I do not see this as an emergency, and this still can get done. And I agree with the Alderwoman from the 14th that Stop trying to run everything. If everybody's not going to be here, you don't know who's going to be here, then the new people will make those decisions, and it will not make a difference.
Alderman from the 23rd.
Yeah, here's my problem, and I know I came up and stated it earlier. Everybody had the opportunity to have had these on the first reading already for today. All my bills were there. And it just seems like this is more political posturing than actually trying to do something. I mean, I'm sitting here, we ran out of paper. And we're going to ask everybody to read all these things and have an intelligent. My problem is all these things should have been introduced. Everybody knew this was supposed to be the last day. All of my bills were introduced in time. And that's all. I don't know. I'm just saying it. All this to be done today like this, 2:30, wasn't 10 o'clock, it's 1, all this time while they're in the back, while the staff's trying to print all this, while we're throwing all this stuff at them. You know, if this was important, and it's so important today, it should have been important last week and the week before. These things could have been first read today and in committee. We could have been moving through them. That's all I have to say, but I just don't like how we're doing this.
Alderwoman from the 13th. Any further discussion? Oh, sorry. Did not see you. Alderwoman from the 27th. Okay, now
There
it
you go.
is.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Seeing that this is not an urgent issue, and I'm new here, but one thing I've learned in my years of living is when somebody comes at you and they're saying, do this now, that's the last thing you should do. This seems very straightforward, seems very simple, and yet it makes me very suspicious. And on that alone, I cannot support this. So that is the end of what I have to say about it.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 12th.
Not this one? Okay. Test. Okay. So as a member of the subcommittee on codes and ordinances, who worked on this with Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Grass, and also Alderwoman Rice, and as someone who's filed a bill that sort of seeks the same goal of tidying up city code that is now defunct or not used or could never be implemented, I just want to point out that there was a delay on behalf of a delay in communications from the Director of Public Utilities in sort of assessing whether or not this specific chapter was actually used or actually ever sort of employed or so on and so forth, and it wasn't. This is a piece of city code that has been introduced but then never executed. It's never been used. So the delay on Alderwoman Schweitzer's part, and the reason for the late introduction today, is because we were waiting on that communication from Director Scobie, who was incredibly communicative, incredibly helpful, but also incredibly busy, as we are all aware. So that is why this was not introduced more formally alongside my bill, which seeks to also repeal some outdated code. And I just would put that before everyone here at the board for their consideration, that as we move forward in handing off not only this board but this city to the new 14 wards, we're trying to clean up house and sort of what is not being employed by the city, what's not being used, what is being, in my case, surpassed by the city charter, just removing it so that the incoming board does not. So with that, I respectfully yield back, Madam President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th, any closing?
Just in closing, thank you all so much for taking the time to look at this bill. I tried to get it to everybody as soon as I had it ready, which I know was late last evening. I didn't know going in that we'd have so many bills to introduce today, so I do feel like I kind of got caught up in that. But at the end of the day, just trying to make a change in the ordinance, remove and repeal something that's not being used and that mentions 28 wards sort of as part of the work as the special committee is transitioned to 14 wards. So if anybody will support just getting this through to be further discussed, I'd really appreciate your vote. This is something that the water department says they don't need, and I think it's pretty simple, and I really appreciate it, and I renew my motion.
Right. It was moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 178. Roll call has been requested. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus? Alderwoman Middlebrook? Alderman Bosley? Alderwoman Evans? Alderman Page? Alderwoman Ingracia? Alderman Kotar? Alderwoman Rice? Alderman Gunther? Alderman Vollmer? Alderman Lappy? Alderman Stevens? Alderwoman Schweitzer? Alderwoman Howard? Alderman Odenberg? Alderwoman Peel? Alderman Todd? Alderwoman Davis? Alderwoman Spencer? Alderwoman Keys? Alderwoman Walker? Alderman Vaquero? Alderman Narayan? Alderman Cone? Alderwoman Hubbard? Alderwoman Boyd? Alderman Gross? President Green?
Aye.
Alderman Bosley? Alderwoman Davis? 17 aye votes, 9 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to introduce Board Bill number 178. It is 2/3 of members present. Yes, it is. 2/3 of members present. You can point of order if you would like, but I will continue the meeting. That we will go to Board Bill number 179, Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not introducing Board Bill 179 today.
Okay. So you want to strike that? 180. Oh, sorry. All right, so we're not doing 179, we'll do 180. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 180.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill number 180. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Okay. Alderwoman from the 1st. You're recognized. Would the Alderwoman from the 6th yield to the questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st?
I will.
Could you please tell me about the board bill you're attempting to introduce?
Sure. Thanks for the question. This is a board bill which would establish a right to counsel for renters in the city of St. Louis. It is a board bill I've been working on with some stakeholder groups and unfortunately was not able to get it quite past the finish line to turn it in this Tuesday morning, but I am prepared to move forward with it today.
And I'm sorry, you weren't able to introduce it to because of what?
I wasn't able to get it turned in time this Tuesday morning.
Okay. And why was that?
I was waiting on some stakeholder groups that I was working with to get their approval to move forward.
And I'm sorry, because I'm working on the count because it doesn't come out to what the president said. So, and what, could you tell me about your board bill, please?
Sure. As I mentioned, this board bill would establish a right to counsel for tenants in the city of St. Louis who are facing evictions. It's modeled after legislation that's been successful in a number of other places and been piloted with ARPA dollars.
And who would provide this right to counsel?
It would be an RFP that goes out to agencies that would typically nonprofit law organizations like Legal Services of Eastern Missouri respond to these types of RFPs.
And then what happens? So I'm a landlord. I also work for Legal Services to keep people in properties when they were not up to standard. So then you would be, you wouldn't be using Legal Services?
If Legal Services of Eastern Missouri decided to respond to an RFP and were awarded the contract, it's possible that they could be an agency that represents those tenants.
And so they could be one of the people that did this, but it could be other people too.
That's correct.
And you said we would put an RFP out for the city, from the city?
That's correct.
And so if they're facing eviction, then we would pay for them to fight eviction.
We would pay for them to be represented, not necessarily fight, but just not have to represent themselves.
Okay, so
I don't know what legal advice an attorney would give tenants under specific situations.
I did this. So, and you also sponsored when we first had COVID, we had this thing about not putting people out. I'm right now owed about $12,000 from people who then left soon as COVID. We lifted that, and the Supreme Court said that was illegal, and you could not do that. And so the city hadn't paid me any of my money back. So where do I go as a landlord if we're now going to sponsor paying for them to have counsel, and then we stretch this way out? Is the city going to guarantee that if we, in your board bill, that we're going to be able to then pay the landlord for the time that we stretched out? Because that's what we did often. Okay, is then will we pay the landlord for the amount of money they're out of?
No, that's not part of this board bill, but typically a lot of these types of questions will get asked in committee, and I'm happy to make changes if they make sense.
Okay. And again, I'm trying to get to this 2/3 of who's here, and I don't come out with the same count that the president does. And so I can't support this until I know for sure. This is not something necessarily I would be for or against. I'm against if the landlords end up, and I end up having to be out another $10,000 or $12,000. I'm against that. But I also want to make sure that that was the correct ruling, which I don't think it was. And before we keep going on, I want to try to get the count, because they just told me something different than what I heard from the president.
Okay.
So,
well, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for asking some questions.
Any further discussion? I heard roll call.
objection.
Right. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from, is it the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that it was 6? Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 180. Okay, so it was introduced by the Alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th. Got it. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus? Alderwoman Middlebrook? Alderman Bosley? Alderwoman Evans? Alderman Page? Alderwoman Ingracia? Aye. Alderman Kotar? Aye. Alderwoman Rice? Aye. Alderman Gunther? Aye. Alderman Valmer? Aye. Alderman Lappy? Aye. Alderman Stevens? Aye. Alderwoman Schweitzer? Aye. Alderwoman Howard? Aye. Alderman Odenberg? Aye. Alderwoman Peel? Aye. Alderman Todd? Aye. Alderwoman Davis? Alderwoman Spencer? Aye. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Grass. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderwoman Boyd. 18 aye votes, 8 present votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the introduction of Board Bill number 180.
I have it right here.
Alderwoman from the 1st.
Point of order. I'd like to know how many members that we have counted as present at this Board of Aldermen?
Madam
I have
Clerk.
27.
27?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is 2/3 of 27?
There was not 27 people who voted. Davis is absent.
It is about who was present when we call the presence. But how many, first of all, again, and how many, what is 2/3 of 27? Okay, thank you. So, Madam President, what I want to say to you, because I want to make sure, is that you are correct in your ruling. And that's what I wanted to say. I don't have a problem saying I'm wrong when I'm wrong. So, but I want to make sure that it's done correctly. So she was right. It is 2/3 of the members present. So we don't have somebody here, and that is what the vote is. I'm still always going to be a rules person.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Alderwoman from the 1st. Alderman from the 5th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I request that we suspend the rules and introduce Board Bill 181.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 5th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 181. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Madam President, this is a very, very important bill for a small business in my ward that has continuously stayed in the ward manufacturing his products. Originally, when I met him and his wife, they were manufacturing their products in the commercial kitchen at St. Patrick's Center. They then moved up to a manufacturing facility down on the riverfront off of North Broadway, and now they are moving to a larger facility which they're already producing products out of in Carr Square Village. They have remained in the city. They were one of the mayor's recognized businesses at the annual Mayor's Business Luncheon, and this is a bill that gives them some support and incentives to keep this African American business going and growing in the city of St. Louis, and I would very much appreciate the support of my fellow aldermen.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Alderman from the 5th would yield.
Gladly.
Okay, and you said this is an African-American business?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I was talking, so can you say again what this business is?
Oh, I didn't name them, but it is American Gourmet Sauces, Freddie Lee's Gourmet Sauces, original name, Freddie Lee's Ghetto Sauce, back in the day.
Hate that name.
But anyway,
Hate that
I'm
name.
giving you the complete history.
I understand.
He and his wife and his manufacturing facility have moved off of those names. I was just giving you the complete history.
I didn't want to know that history. I know we had Mammy as a name too. Don't like that one either. Okay,
Yes.
but it's a gourmet sauce.
Yes.
I'm still going to be voting present because I'm opposed to all these bills being introduced, and there's nothing against you.
May
Okay.
I offer a clarification?
Sure.
This bill was not presented today. I presented this bill to the clerk on December the 12th. Due to things that were going on around that time, it was missed. That's why it's in front of you today.
So
I submitted this bill in more than enough time to have it first read today.
Then I don't understand why we didn't put it on the calendar, because you should not have had to suspend the rules if you had it in time.
It's my thought that it should have been first read today because of the date that I submitted it, but I'm going by the rules I was presented.
No, if you had it presented on the 12th, then if we make a mistake with the clerk's office or the president's office or anything else, then they should have put that on your first reading calendar, and it should have been done. And now that you have made that clear, then I will support this bill because it should have been on the first reading in the first place.
I will add, even though you didn't ask, that all of my board bills were submitted timely in this legislative session.
Alderman, I believe you because I know who and what you are. So if you didn't, but they should have put them on the first reading is what I'm saying. That you should not have to be going through this.
Thank you.
All right. It's been moved by the alderwoman or the alderman from the 5th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 181. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page.
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Odenberg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Howard. 28 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to introduce Board Bill number 181.
Thank you, Madam President.
Alderman from the 24th, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
We have a broken record.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 182.
It's been moved by the alderman from the 24th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 182. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
Pass.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Odenberg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
No.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderman Gunther. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. I have 17 aye votes and 7 no votes.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion to introduce Board Bill number 182.
Yeah, we ain't playing with this.
Wait, did I count? That wasn't the vote total that I had either.
How many?
I had 18 too.
17?
No, this is just to introduce the bill, so it'll go to committee.
It's 182 pages. Seems like something we can quickly read. First of all, they got solar in here. This ain't just about uniform plumbing. This is solar. Hell, we got plumbing mixed with solar. Get out of here.
Okay, well,
Solar ain't got nothing to do with plumbing.
Okay.
Electric has nothing to do with plumbing. Why we got 2 bills in one? You see what I'm saying? This in the 3rd page. This is the 4th page. We talking about electric. Not think about that. Everyone needs to fail. Print that paper again. This is it.
I apologize. That's 18 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 1 present vote.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to introduce Board Bill number 182.
Point of order. Before we vote on 182, everyone's read the whole bill today, right?
Nope. No.
Yes. Reminder that what we're doing is just to introduce the bills. We are not discussing them today. All right, Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on Board Bill number 183. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on 183.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 183.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 183. Is there any discussion?
You're at my mic, sir.
Oh.
Thank you. Since we can't share this mic, because I'm going to ask if the not real sponsor, but the person who's handling the bill would yield. So you're going to have to go to another mic because I'm keeping this one.
Okay, would the Alderman from the 25th yield for questions from the Alderman from the 1st?
Yes.
You may proceed.
So I was here when the original ordinance got passed. Nobody else was, but I was. And so is this an attempt to go around the original ordinance to change it, or do you know?
No, my understanding is, as we're going from a body of 28.
I can't hear you.
I can hear myself pretty loud and
But
clear.
I can't hear you over here. Okay. Is your understanding what?
So my understanding, can I get can everyone hear? Am I enunciating clearly? My understanding is that this is essentially preparing us to go from a 28-member body to a 14-member body and addressing the capital improvement sales tax, which we use for ward capital purposes in each of our wards.
So then it intends to change it.
From 28 to 14, correct.
Okay, but it's also some other,
And
no, it's a different version.
And to provide it in a more equitable fashion across the city, correct.
Okay, and it's being put out to the voters?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, where in that does it say that?
No, it doesn't.
I don't see it in this particular version of the board bill, Alderwoman, but again, this is just for purposes of suspension of the rules to introduce this, and we can debate that in committee.
It's nothing to debate because it was done by the voters. I was here, and you could go look up the date. November of 1993 was when it got passed. Okay, and we started collecting the money in February of 1994. I've been collecting all this data.
Sorry, Alderwoman. So this is not intended to go back out to the voters because the voters had already passed the original ordinance, and so this is for administrative purposes to reduce the number of wards that's associated with our.
Which would change the original ordinance.
Correct, and we're allowed to amend ordinances down here.
No, we're not anymore. Anything you might want to read, Proposition D, and what's that other one that you did?
Prop
R. Because
first of all,
rolled into that. Let me. No. I have the floor.
Go for it.
We are not allowed to amend them because it says anytime the voters have passed an ordinance that we have to take it back out to the voters. That's what it says in there.
So Prop R was very specific in that it dealt with the legislation that was passed by the voters pertaining to how we administer elections in the city of St. Louis. It's not pertaining to every ordinance that's within the city code, correct?
It's only to elections. And so then how do we change the ordinance that the voters have done? How many votes do we need?
So this is, again, already an ordinance that was passed by the voters, as you know, back in, I believe, the 1990s during the Bosley administration.
I already told you the exact date. It was November. It was November 1993. Go look it up.
Correct. And so we can amend ordinances.
With 20 votes. Not with how many people are here, with 20 votes. Good luck with that. Goodbye.
Okay, so again, I renew my motion.
I do not have the floor anymore unless you ask for it. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for you.
All right, it has been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for purposes of introducing Board Bill number 183. Oh, sorry, reading the wrong one. Seconded by the Alderman from the 9th. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus?
No.
Alderwoman Middlebrook? Alderman Bosley? Alderwoman Evans? Alderman Page? Alderwoman Ingracia? Alderman Kotar? Alderwoman Rice?
We'll fix it in committee.
Alderman Gunther? Alderman Balmer? Alderman Lappy? Alderman Stevens? Alderwoman Schweitzer? Alderwoman Howard? Alderman Oldenburg? Alderwoman Peel? Alderman Todd? Alderwoman Davis? Alderwoman Spencer? Alderwoman Keys? Alderwoman Walker? Alderman Vaquero? Alderman Narayan? Alderman Cone?
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard? Alderwoman Boyd? Alderman Gross. Alderwoman Green.
Aye.
Sorry. President Green, I apologize.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page.
No.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Keys. Oh, I'm sorry. We have 18 aye votes, 9 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to introduce Board Bill number 184. Or 83, sorry. I'll recognize the Alderman from the 24th for Board Bill number 184.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 184.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 11th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 184. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderwoman we have 23 aye votes, 3 no votes, 1 present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the introduction of Board Bill number 184. We'll now recognize the Alderwoman of the 13th. Try it again. Nope.
I move to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 185.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderman from the 25th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 185. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
If the Alderwoman from the 13th would yield.
Sure.
Could you tell me about Board Bill 185, where it has to be introduced at the end of the session?
So this is a board bill that I am very, very excited about that has to do with an employee benefit program for dependent care reimbursement, putting together basically a savings account for employees to use to be able to fund paying for child care for kids ages 0 through 3. I think it's no surprise that to anyone in here that I care deeply, like everyone in here does, about our city workers and the need to recruit people to work for the city. A program like this is incredibly important in order to attract more people. This is something that I think needs to get discussed as soon as possible so that our employees know that the Board of Aldermen is working for them as much as working for anybody else.
So at the top it says introduced by President Green and Alderwoman Ann Schweitzer. But when you look at the board bill numbers and pages, it says in Gracia. Can you explain that to me?
That is a Scribner's error.
Okay, so it's not in Gracia?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, and so my question you didn't answer is why are all these board bills so important to be getting introduced at the last minute and not during the proper time when all of us had to introduce board bills? Why are you guys so special that you get to do this?
I do not feel special at all.
Yeah,
not
it
in
is
this
special
meeting.
because we have to go out and we have to do things and we have to run campaigns and we have to do other things. And is this something that couldn't be passed in the next term?
I will certainly try again if it doesn't pass in the next term. But
it can be passed in the next term.
I mean, probably every one of our board bills that we've passed this session could have been passed in the next term. But I don't know that that's the argument I would personally use for this because I think this is something that just matters really deeply to city employees.
You still haven't answered my question. Could this be passed in the next term?
It could be passed.
And would it be affected negatively, and what would be the negative effect if we waited? Because the next term actually happens in 2 months. What is this, January, April, the second, the third, or second Tuesday in April?
I don't know if I'll be here next term, to be honest with you.
But it's not. But it's really not about you. It's about if the board bill gets passed, right?
Sure.
Okay. So is this something that would be negatively affected if you waited until next term?
I think every moment we wait to help our employees is a moment that we will regret.
You still didn't answer, so are you refusing to answer my question because it's a yes
No,
or no? It's a yes or no.
I'm sorry, can you, okay.
I know because you were so busy crafting your response that you wouldn't respond to me. I don't have to ask that question anymore. Never mind, it's a no. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Alderman from the 23rd.
Will the Alderwoman from the 13th yield for a couple questions?
Sure.
Would the Alderwoman from the 13th yield
yes,
to the...
thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
So, I mean, I read this. It doesn't give anybody a pay raise.
No.
What it does is if you have children, you get a pretty small amount that could help for child care services, but it does not. So this does not, I just don't want to mislead all the employees that work for the city of St. Louis while we sit here and have the gall to double our salaries. I will admit you were the only one in committee that voted not to go ahead doubling everybody's salary, but I just don't want to mislead anybody by saying, oh, we're going to double our salaries to over $80,000, and if you happen to have a child, we'll give you $125. I think that this bill misleads. Anyway, I'm going to vote for it, but I can tell you it's very misleading. It does not give all of the employees a pay raise. In fact, it only gives certain employees with children some help, but not the pay raise that they deserve. If you want to do a real bill, let's do a bill doubling the salary of every employee in the city of St. Louis like we're doing for ourselves. I'm just saying. Does this bill give anybody a pay raise?
It is not a pay raise bill.
Right, thank you.
Alderwoman from the 27th.
Of the board. I am in agreement with Alderman Vaccaro. This does, and again, I have to express my concern about these bills that are coming forward today with not enough time for us to properly vet these. I think it's irresponsible. Additionally, this particular bill does not provide a pay raise. When we're looking at an administration that is top-heavy in its pay for suits, but we can't get our trash picked up. We can't get lots cut. So I'm very suspicious of these type bills. And I would ask my colleagues to please consider that we have a lot of chiefs. Where are the Indians? Okay, we need people to do the work. And when we cannot retain and attract and pay people what they are worth to do the jobs, this is a problem. This is a big problem for our city. It is aggravating to our citizenry that we continue to go down this path where we are not paying people appropriately? What would it be worth to you to go down an alley and pick up somebody's pissy mattress? Excuse my French. We want these people to do this job for practically nothing. But we have people who are sitting in our offices here in this great city hall who are making six-figure salaries, and they do an 8-hour day and they go home. So I don't know that I want to support whatever is going to support the people who are in the trenches, but I don't want to mislead them, and I think that we need to be crafting legislation to make our pay commensurate with the jobs that people do. So with that, I yield.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th, you're recognized.
Thank you. I could not agree more with anything we can do to support city workers. You know, I'm all in. I am there for that, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues kind of saying that how important that is. This is a benefit. It is certainly not a end-all, be-all. That's the end of the conversation. This is all anyone's ever going to do for them. I think there's so much more to do, but this is a benefit that can be offered. So with that, I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderman from the 25th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 185. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus? No. Alderwoman Middlebrook?
Don't vote for this.
Alderman Bosley?
Don't vote for this. No.
Alderwoman Evans? Alderman Page? Alderwoman Ingracia? Alderman Kotar? Alderwoman Rice? Alderman Gunther? Alderman Vollmer? Alderman Lappy? Alderman Stevens? Alderwoman Schweitzer? Alderwoman Howard? Alderman Oldenburg? Alderwoman Peel? Alderman Todd? Alderwoman Davis? Alderwoman Spencer? Alderwoman Keys? Alderwoman Walker? Alderman Vollmer? I'm sorry, Vaccaro? Alderman Ryan? Alderman Cone? Alderwoman Clark Hubbard? Alderwoman Boyd? Alderman Grass? President Green?
Aye.
Alderman Page? Alderman Page?
Alderman Page? He said no.
Alderwoman Davis? Alderwoman Keys?
Present.
Alderman Vaccaro? Alderwoman, okay, I'm sorry, I have 18 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the introduction of Board Bill number 185. Alderwoman from the 13th. You are recognized on 186.
I move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 186.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 186. Is there any discussion? You may proceed.
Thank you. This bill is recommended by the Board of E&A to appropriate over $6 million to fund health and dental insurance premiums for City of St. Louis employees, which does put money back in the city workers' pockets. They're not having to pay health and dental insurance premiums. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus? No. Alderwoman Middlebrook? No. Alderman Bosley? Alderwoman Evans? Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Present. Alderman Grass. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Davis. Okay. We have 20 aye votes, 5 no votes, 2 present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the introduction of Board Bill number 186. Alderwoman from the 20th, you are our final bill. Let's clap to that. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 20th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 187. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Bill 187 is a simple speed hump bill. There was some miscommunication, or maybe perhaps a lack of confirmation on my end between the clerk and myself, failing to really ensure that there was a final okay. So there was a miscommunication between all of us. I'm taking full responsibility for that, and I'm asking for favorable consideration. We could do this in the future, but the speeding in the neighborhoods of the 20th Ward throughout the city is so appalling and so life-threatening, and really one of the only tools that we have here at the board is to put in speed humps. And so my residents have been begging for them in every single block, and these are just the few that we've been able to get to get okayed the first hump through. And I am just very hopeful that we can consider considering these speed humps, using our ward capital and providing some path to reducing the speeds in the neighborhoods of the 20th Ward.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, if the Alderwoman from the 20th would yield.
Would the Alderwoman from the 20th yield to the Alderwoman from the 1st?
I'm not going to vote for this because I'm just against all these things, but that's a whole different thing.
She hasn't agreed to yield yet.
Okay.
Did you agree
Sorry.
to yield to the Alderwoman from the 1st?
The Alderwoman from the 20th yields to the real Alderwoman of the 20th.
So
you may
thank
proceed.
You. I'm not going to vote for this because I'm against the whole package of the things, but I do want to thank you for the kind words about speed humps, because I remember when the president was the 15th Ward Alderwoman, and she was out there telling the mayor to veto my bill that I wrote personally myself. All of you people have speed humps. I wrote that bill because they were trying to make us pay $750 for studies that made absolutely no sense. And so the mayor didn't sign my bill until the last day, and the Alderwoman didn't know what she was talking about from the 15th. So I hope that the Alderwoman from the 15th is gone, and the president now knows the wisdom that Alderwoman Tice brings with her by being here for 31 years, okay? And so I'm not going to vote for it, but I will have a hearing in the Streets Committee, okay? But I'm going to vote no because I think this is horrible to wait to this time and bring these kind of bills like this, and there's no way we have time to read it and run an election and I think it should not be done. And so for that reason, I'm not voting for it, not because you have been able to compromise sometime, but it's just that I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank our staff today for really coming to the table to get all this stuff printed. I know for this particular bill and speed humps in general, you know, they do have to work still through our streets department. That has been a challenge for me as an alderperson, for many of us down here. And, you know, we do have a process here, and I want to thank the clerk and all of our staff and our council for really kind of getting all this work together here at the very, very end to get us through session.
Alderwoman from the 27th.
Is this thing working? Okay. That's what I want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear. Alderwoman from the 20th, would you take a question, please?
Absolutely.
Okay. The question is, you stated that you took responsibility. It was your mistake, and that's why the bill is just coming up. And so I understand that. And Alderman Page did the same thing. He adjusted and said, I didn't just now put this in. I had given it to him, and everybody that knows Alderman Page knows he's very detail-oriented, so he made sure that people knew that he did his part. I think my frustration is we have all this material to read, and people expect us to vote on this and not being knowledgeable of the bill itself. Some bills have 20 to 40 pages on them. I'm not Alderman Bosley. I don't speed read. So Alderman Bosley probably has read every one of these bills on our desk. I guarantee you he has. I know how he reads. And so I just think it's unfair to us as legislators to expect us, first we waited an hour and a half, then we wind up with all this paper, and then you say, pass this on. The people that went through the process and did what the clerk asked them to do, give their bills in a timely manner, I support that. I don't have a problem with that. But I just have a problem when people don't want to follow rules and last minute put this on our people to get all this stuff out and expect everybody to go along with it. So I will support your bill because you made it clear it wasn't your fault. But I just think that is so inconsiderate and disrespectful to our residents and to the other legislators in this room. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just think that is so unfair. And people look and say, you should vote on this. How can I vote on something? I don't even know what's going on. So that's just my point. Thank you.
Right, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 20th, seconded from, the Alderwoman from the 1st.
I just want to, this is not a question for the sponsor. This is just to say what the Alderwoman from the 27th said is exactly correct, okay? And as I said, the only reason I'm going to have a hearing is because you said this was my fault. If you had not, I would have been good luck getting it out of the Streets Committee, okay? But own up to what you do. Don't try to act like you didn't do it. I can always work with people who do that. It's the people who try to act like they try to recreate their past that I have a problem with. So, as I said, I'm still just not going to vote for it to be introduced, but I will have a hearing, a fair hearing for you. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 20th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 187. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyatt. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Peel. We have 25 aye votes, 2 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the passage, or for the introduction of Board Bill number 187. First reading of board bills. Thank you, everyone.
Board Bill 158, sponsored by Alderman Oldenburg. Board Bill number 158, sponsored by Alderman Oldenburg, pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 5800 block of Walsh Street between the intersection of Walsh Street and Hamilton Avenue and Walsh Street and Clifton Avenue, 6700 block of Eichelberger, 5100 block of McCausland Avenue between the intersection of McCausland Avenue and Itasca Street, and McCausland Avenue and Delore Street, 5200 block of McCausland Avenue between the intersections of McCausland Avenue and Delore Street and McCausland Avenue and Walsh Street, 7000 block of Rose Drive between the intersection of Rose Drive and Mackenzie Road and Rose Drive and Kingwood Drive, Wilmore Road between the intersections of Wilmore Road and Westway Road and Wilmore Road and Jameson Avenue. Board Bill number 159, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the Director of the Department of Human Services on behalf of the City of St. Louis to enter into and execute an agreement in substantiality, the same form as Exhibit A attached hereto with Mid-America Regional Council for the purpose of St. Louis Area Agency on Aging staff and subcontractors providing certain home and community-based services, which include teaching health classes to individuals identified by the partner clients, including data collection, monitoring, and reporting, and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 160, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing and directing the Director of Airports in the control of the City of St. Louis to enter into and execute on behalf of the city an 8th amended and restated concession agreement with Host International, Inc., containing a severability clause. Board Bill number 161, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing and directing the Director of Airports and the Comptroller of the City of St. Louis, owner and operator of St. Louis Lambert International Airport, to enter into and execute a lease agreement between the city and GoJet Airlines, LLC, containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill number 162, introduced by Alderman Stevens, an ordinance repealing Chapter 3.06.010 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis 2020, pertaining to the election of members of the Board of Aldermen and their terms of office, which is a reinstatement of the subordinate to the provisions of Article 2, Section 3 of the city's charter. Board Bill number 163, introduced by Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 13, 2022 for the 2616 Cherokee Street area. Board Bill number 164, introduced by Alderman Oldenburg, an ordinance establishing the St. Louis Hills Special Business District pursuant to sections 71.790 through 71.808 of the revised statutes of Missouri and setting its boundaries, tax rate, initial rate of levy subject to the approval of the qualified voters and uses to which tax revenue may be put, creating a board of commissioners and containing severability, effectiveness, and emergency clauses. Board Bill number 165, introduced by Alderman Page, an ordinance approving the petition of an owner of certain real property to establish a community improvement district containing emergency clause and containing a severability clause. Board Bill number 166, introduced by Alderwoman Middlebrook, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service to conditionally vacate above surface and subsurface rights for vehicle, equestrian and pedestrian travel in a 15-foot wide unnamed street located between City Block 9112 and 9115, beginning at Hall Street and continuing east in accordance with Charter Authority and in conformity with Section 14 of Article 21 of the Charter and imposing certain conditions on certain vacations. Board Bill number 167, introduced by Alderman Gross, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 13, 2022 for the 4974 Lindell area. Board Bill 168, introduced by Alderman Cone and co-sponsored by Alderwoman Pam Boyd. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing a apportionment consisting of funds received into the city's capital fund pursuant to ordinance number 60419 as amended by ordinance number 61250, representing 1/2 of the operating balance of the general fund from the preceding fiscal year for the purposes of funding capital improvements totaling $24,049,000, as hereinafter detailed and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill number 169, introduced by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 13, 2022 for the 704-710 North 2nd Street area. Board Bill 170, introduced by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 13, 2022 for the 909 Chestnut Street redevelopment area. Board Bill number 171, introduced by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service authorizing and directing the mayor and comptroller of the City of St. Louis to grant a non-exclusive access easement to Harwick Family LP containing a severability clause. Board Bill number 172, introduced by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance approving the petition to establish the Four Hands Brewery Community Improvement District, establishing the Four Hands Brewery Community Improvement District, finding a public purpose for the establishment of the Four Hands Brewery Community Improvement District, making certain findings with respect thereto, authorizing certain other actions of the city officials, and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause. Board Bill number 173, introduced by Alderwoman Middlebrook, an ordinance amending the redevelopment plan for the Cary Avenue, Bulwer Avenue, Adelaide Avenue, and North 3rd Street redevelopment plan. Board Bill number 174, introduced by Alderman Todd, an ordinance requiring the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Forestry to develop and implement an environmental land management plan as defined herein for controlling noxious plants, fungus, pests, and diseases that prioritizes natural and organic practices for land management and promotes healthy soil, plant life, and air quality without the use of harmful chemicals as defined herein, and prohibits the use of harmful chemicals listed on the national list of allowed substances in the Organic Foods Production Act, as may be amended from time to time except as otherwise authorized herein. Board Bill number 175, introduced by Alderman Gunther and co-sponsor President Green, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission pertaining to the zoning code of the City of St. Louis, codified in totals 26 of the revised code of the City of St. Louis, repealing Section 1 of Ordinance Number 70982, as codified in Section 26.08.321 of the revised code of the City of St. Louis, and reenacting in lieu thereof of a new Section 26.08.321 of the revised code, amending Section 2 of the Ordinance Number 70982 as codified as Chapter 26.70 of the revised code to comport with Amendment 3 to the Missouri Constitution and contain a severability clause and an emergency clause. Board Bill number 176, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment appropriating funds received December 15, 2022 by the City of St. Louis pursuant to the distributor settlement agreement entered into by and between settling states, settling distributors, and participating subdivisions, to the Department of Health, authorizing the expenditure of such funds to the extent received, authorizing contracts and other documents to expend such funds to the extent received and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill number 177, introduced by Alderwoman Keys, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment appropriating a portion of funds received under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Pub License number 117-2, authorizing certain expenditures of such funds to the extent received by ARPA Cares Senior Citizens Homeowners Grant to make allocations of $500 a month for 12 months to senior citizens which individually or jointly own and occupy dwellings and have owned and occupied said dwellings for a period of 10 or more years, authorizing contracts and other documents to expend the funds to the extent received, containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. This is the extent of first reading of board bills.
Did that include the new ones? Okay. Reference to committee.
We have none.
All right. Second reading and report of standing committees.
Board Bill HUD's Committee Board Bill number 145, Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance determining that the tax increment financing plans listed in Exhibit A are making satisfactory progress except as noted under the proposed time schedule for completion of projects therein. Board Bill for HUD's Board Bill number 146, Davis, an ordinance authorizing and directing mayor and the comptroller of the City of St. Louis to execute upon receipt of and in consideration of the sum of $500 and other goods and valuable consideration. A quitclaim deed is to remiss, release, and forever quitclaim unto the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs certain city-owned property located in City Blocks 3709, which property is known and numbered as 3739 Windsor Place, St. Louis, Missouri 63113 in the City of St. Louis, Missouri. The following board bills were reported out of the streets with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 82, Committee Sub, sponsored by Alderman Vaquero, Alderwoman Tyus, Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Peel, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Evans, and Alderwoman Schweitzer. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Apportionment and Estimate and Apportionment appropriating a portion of funds received under the American Rescue Act of 2021, published license number 117-2, authorizing certain expenditures of such funds to the extent received for the implementation of an emergency vehicle traffic signal preemption system to enable emergency vehicles to request preemption of traffic signals en route to the destination to provide green lights for the approaching emergency vehicles and move traffic lines through the signals in front of emergency vehicles. Authorizing contracts and other documents to expend the funds to the extent received, containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. I did too. Okay. The 182. I got 178, 180, 186, 181. No, give it all to me. So I'm going back. Board Bill 178, the proposed board bill will repeal Chapter 23.04.079.2 of the revised code of the City of St. Louis, which pertains to contracting for the repair services pertaining to contracts for the repair of leaking water service lines. Board Bill number 179, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia. This proposed ordinance would restrict the operation for recreational purposes of unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones, over city airspace, It responds to concerns about safety and privacy problems that have arisen from private drones being flown over private properties, over the crowds of large public events, and in close proximity to other individuals who are not involved in the operation of the vehicle. It makes it a violation to operate an unmanned aerial vehicle that is equipped with a weapon, or to operate with a vehicle recklessly or while the operator is under the influence of alcohol or drugs. The ordinance provides a fine or imprisonment for violations. There are express exceptions for drones used for law enforcement to other public safety purposes, and for other uses expressly allowed by federal law. Board Bill number 181, sponsored by Alderman Page. This board bill seeks to improve a Chapter 99 redevelopment plan and blotting plan for the 1900 through 1926 Carr Street area. The project consists of the renovations of a 10,000 square foot partially occupied commercial building. Part of the building will be developed into food manufacturing space for the owner. The owner acquired the building for $500,000 and plans on renovating the building for the approximately cost of $300,000. The LCRA board recommends, and the board bill will allow a 10-year tax abatement based on 95% of the assessed value of the incremental improvements. Board Bill 182, introduced by Alderman Narayan. The proposed board bill proposes the repeal of Ordinance 69225 and to adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code 2015 edition in full, except as it conflicts with changes thereto contained herein as the Plumbing Code of the City of St. Louis. Board Bill number 83, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance revising and amending ordinance number 62885, which imposes one half of 1% sales tax, known as the capital improvement sales tax, on all retail sales made in the City of St. Louis, which are subject to taxation under provisions of sections 144.010 to 144.525 RS-MO, and providing an allocation of such funds for the purpose of funding capital improvements, including allocations for ward capital improvements. So the allocations for ward capital improvements for each ward shall be made based upon each ward's need, such to be determined pursuant to an annual analysis conducted by the St. Louis Development Corporation of the following 6 data points for each ward: median household income, poverty rate and educational attainment, percentage of college students, unemployment rate, crime against persons, murder rate, robbery, aggravated assault, and vacant parcels for ward and contain the severability clause. Board Bill number 184. Board Bill number 184, introduced by Alderman Narayan. An ordinance amends the lead poisoning control law for the City of St. Louis by requiring certain building permits issue only following an inspection of lead hazard and certification that hazards will be addressed by qualified contractors and workers. These requirements will ensure hazardous lead conditions are effectively abated by contractors observing high standards for the safety of occupants and tenants, workers, and the surrounding community. Board Bill number 185, introduced by President Green. The proposed bill will be an employee benefit program for dependent care reimbursement. Board Bill number 186, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer. The proposed bill is recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment and appropriates $6 million to the fund health and dental insurance premiums for City of St. Louis employees. Board Bill number 187, introduced by Alderwoman Spencer. Pursuant to ordinance number 70333 and amended by ordinance number 71394. The bill directs the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow's traffic on the 38 block of Virginia Avenue, 2600 block of Winnebago Avenue, 3100 block of Osceola Street, 3500 block of Iowa, 3600 block of Iowa Avenue, 2800 block of Miami, 3900 block of South Compton Avenue, 2600 block of Osage Street, 3700 block of California, 3500 block of Michigan Avenue, 3500 block of Nebraska, and the 4000 block of California Avenue between the intersections of California Avenue and Osage Street and California Avenue and Gasconade Street, and the 3900 block of South Compton Avenue between the intersections of South Compton Avenue, Osage Street, and South Compton Avenue and Keokuk. That's the extent of first reading.
Reference to committee.
We have none.
Second reading and report of standing committees.
Board Bill 158, sponsored by Alderman Oldenburg. Pursuant to ordinance number 7033, amended by ordinance number 71394, and ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 5800 block of Walsh Street between the intersections of Walsh and Hampton Avenue and Walsh Street and Clifton Avenue, 6700 block of Eichelberger, 5100 block of McCausland Avenue between the intersections of McCausland Avenue and Tasker Street and McCausland Avenue and Delores Street. 5200 block of McCausland Avenue between the intersections of McCausland Avenue and Delores Street and McCausland Avenue and Walsh Street. 7000 block of Rose Drive between the intersections of Rose Drive and McKenzie Road and Rose Drive and Kenwood Drive. Wilmore Road between the intersections of Wilmore Road and Westway Road and Wilmore Road and Jameson. Board Bill 159, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the Director of the Department of Human Services on behalf of the City of St. Louis to enter into and execute an agreement in substantially the same form as Exhibit A, attached hereto with Mid-American Regional Council for a purpose of St. Louis Area Agency on Aging staff and subcontractors providing certain home and community-based services, which include teaching health classes to individuals identified by the partner clients, including data collection, monitoring, and reporting, and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 160, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing and directing the Director of Airports and the Comptroller of the City of St. Louis to enter into and execute on behalf of the city the 8th amended restated concession agreement with Host International, Inc., containing a severability clause. Board Bill number 161, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing and directing the Director of Airports and the Comptroller of the City of St. Louis, owner and operator of St. Louis Lambert
Madam
International
Clerk?
Airport.
I think you're reading first reading instead of second reading.
Oh, I am. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I am so sorry. Thank you. The following board bills were reported out of HUD's. Board bill with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill number 145, introduced by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance determining that the tax increment financing plans listed in Exhibit A are making satisfactory progress, except as noted under the proposed time schedule for completion of projects therein. Board Bill number 146, introduced by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance authorizing and directing the mayor and the comptroller of the City of St. Louis to execute upon receipt of and in consideration of the sum of $500 and other good and valuable consideration, a quitclaim deed to remiss, release, and forgive quitclaim unto U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, certain city-owned property located in City Block Ward, Blocks 3709, which property is known and numbered as 3739 Windsor Place, St. Louis, Missouri 63113, in the City of St. Louis, Missouri. The following board bills were reported out of streets with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill number 82, Committee Sub, introduced by Alderman Alderwoman Tyus, Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Peel, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Evans, and Alderwoman Schweitzer. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment appropriating a portion of the funds received under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, published license number 117-2. Authorizing certain expenditures of such funds to extend receipt for the implementation of an emergency vehicle traffic signal preemption system to enable emergency vehicles to request preemption of traffic signals en route to the destination, to provide green lights for approaching emergency vehicles and move traffic lines through the signals in front of emergency vehicles, authorizing contracts and other documents to expend the funds to the extent received containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill number 133, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus, pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 45 through 5400 blocks of Geraldine, the 5,000 through 5200 blocks of Thekla, and the 5200 through 54 blocks of North Euclid in the Mark Twain neighborhood, and the 4800 through 49 blocks of Lee, and the 4900 block of Farland, and the 4900 block of Margaretta, and the 49 through 43 blocks, 100 blocks of North Euclid in the Penrose neighborhood, the 5100 through 5200 blocks of Ashland, Lexington, and Palm, and the 3000 through 3400 blocks of Geraldine in the Kingsway West neighborhood, the 4700 through 4800 block of Ashland, and the 4700 block of Lexington, the 1600 through 2800 blocks of North Euclid, and the 2900 through 3400 blocks of North Euclid, and the 3000 through 3400 blocks of Shreve in the Kingsway East neighborhood. Board Bill number 134, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to prohibit parking and standing on the west side of North Euclid between St. Louis Avenue and Ashland, and the east side of North Euclid between Ashland and Natural Bridge, and requiring the Director to post signs. Board Bill 135, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance pertaining to commercial semi-trailer trucks, also known as semis or tractor trucks, prohibiting such traffic during certain hours on Kings Highway Memorial Boulevard from the north boundary of Lexington Avenue to south boundary of Dr. Martin Luther King, exempting from said prohibition emergency vehicles, including privately owned tow trucks, from providing emergency service to non-commercial vehicles and vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of less than 26,000 pounds containing an emergency clause. Board Bill number 136, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance prohibiting parking of commercial semi-trailer trucks, cabs for semi-trailer trucks, or the cargo or flatbed cars of a semi-tractor trucks, also known as semis or tractor trailers trucks, on Kings Highway Memorial Boulevard, or on parking lots and or property abutting Kings Highway Memorial Boulevard from the north boundary of West Florissant Boulevard to the south boundary of Dr. Martin Luther King, exempting from said prohibition emergency vehicles, including privately owned tow trucks, when providing emergency service to non-commercial vehicles and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill number 140, introduced by Alderman Gross, pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394. An ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 4300, 4400 block, 4500 block, and 4600 blocks of McPherson Avenue, 400 block of North Taylor Avenue, 300 and 400 blocks of North Boyle Avenue, 5100 and 5200 blocks of Washington Place, 6000 and 6100 blocks of Washington Boulevard, 5800 and 5900 blocks of Pershing Avenue, and the 400 block of North Newstead. Board Bill number 150, as amended, introduced by Alderman Page, pursuant to ordinance number 7033, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on certain blocks in the 5th Ward. Board Bill number 151, as amended, introduced by Alderwoman Walker, pursuant to ordinance number 7033, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on certain blocks in the 22nd Ward. Said blocks are the 5600 through 5700 block of Greer Avenue between Clara Avenue and Goodfellow Boulevard, and the 4000 through 4200 Darby Street between Natural Bridge Avenue and Penrose Street in the 22nd Ward. Board Bill number 152, as amended, introduced by Alderwoman Keys and Alderwoman Boyd, pursuant to ordinance number 7033, as amended by the ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on certain blocks in the 21st Ward. The following board bills were reported out of the Personnel Committee with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill number 119, as amended, introduced by Alderwoman Howard, An ordinance repealing ordinance number 60347, approved April 20, 1987, now known as Section 3.06.090 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, and enacting in lieu thereof a new ordinance relating to the same subject matter. Amending Section 2 of the ordinance number 61090, approved November 22, 1988, now known as Section 5.19.020 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, relating to automatic expenses and containing a severability clause. This is the extent of second reading and report of standing committees.
Report of special committees.
We have none.
Perfection consent calendar.
We have none.
Board bill for perfection.
Board Bill number 139, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, President Green, Alderwoman Keys, and Alderman Oldenburg. An ordinance calling and providing for the holding of an election in the City of St. Louis on April 4, 2023 for the purpose of submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis a proposal to impose an additional sales tax for the 3% on the retail sales of adult use non-medical marijuana made in the City of St. Louis, containing emergency clause, election to be held on the general election municipal election date prescribed by Section 115.121.3 RSMO of Tuesday, April 4, 2023.
Alderman from the 3rd, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 139.
Thank you. Board Bill 139 is a simple board bill.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'm sorry, I'd like to make a motion to put Board Bill 39 in front of us.
To perfect Board
To
Bill.
perfect Board Bill 39, my apologies. I'd like to make a motion to perfect Board Bill 139.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we perfect Board Bill number 139. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, and thanks for all the beautiful people who second. We didn't get them all, but appreciate y'all. So this is just a simple bill. It's a 3% tax on not medicinal marijuana, but recreational marijuana. Of course, you all know that this is something that could be and may be used widely amongst adults and individuals who are able to partake in recreational marijuana use. For years, I think about 2 or 3 now, we have been medicinal, and there hasn't been a particular tax that the board, I believe, has imposed on the medicinal use of marijuana. Here, where it's becoming recreational, it's very, very difficult with us not having any prior data within the city that would suggest how many individuals utilize recreational marijuana, how much these particular facilities will be charging for it as well. As you know, there's a wide variety of what you can charge for recreational marijuana and recreational gummies and all those other things that come with the use of recreational marijuana in general. So with that being said, I know there may potentially be some questions to some folks on how much we're looking at being able to get at the end of the year and what it looks like with us being able to have some sort of a number. Before those questions come out, I just like all of our people here to know and understand that this isn't something that is completely measurable by us. It takes not only data, but folks who are willing to step up on a survey and say, we will partake in spending X amount of dollars on particular recreational uses. And those are things that have not come out through the state. We've had some substantial funding that has been generated in other states for the use of recreational marijuana, and a lot of different states have also had these taxes line items to where you know exactly what they were going to. I just want to make it 100% clear. We all have ideas in what we can utilize within our city as far as tax dollars and how we can utilize those dollars based on the information that the residents give us and what it is we believe within our neighborhood is something that people will support if we bring forth from the Board of Aldermen. So this isn't anything that's 100% tangible in the way of we're going to utilize these funds for specifics, but we know that these funds need to be collected. We know that there needs to be a tax, and we need to get folks acclimated to paying a tax on recreational marijuana. And then the new board and those individuals that will be here when the smoke clears will be able to figure out particularly what's the best way and the best use within this new governmental structure and the changes that will be made after that governmental structure takes place on what is the best use for these particular funds. I don't expect us to make 10 or 20 million or $30 million. We got a 313,000 people population, which has dwindled significantly. We might be right at 299 right now. So everybody is an adult. We know that if we look at the demographics within the city, we have adults who are able to partake in the use of recreational marijuana over the age of 21. We have an exact number of how many people there are, so we can kind of get a general idea of not necessarily realistic expectations, because we don't have any type of data that would suggest these adults that are in the city of St. Louis are willing to spend a particular amount or will spend a particular amount. It's just the idea of we have a certain amount of residents, and with those amount of residents who are interested in partaking in the use of recreational marijuana responsibly, that there is a tax associated with it, just like cigarettes, just like alcohol, and any other substance that is over the counter for individuals to purchase or partake in if they choose to do so. Same thing as eggs, cookies, whatever it is that you like. These are just laced. So, with that being said.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 12th.
Yes, sir. You can do your thing.
We're playing jump around. Madam President, I'd like to speak on the bill, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm just going to adjust this right quick. First, I'd like to thank the Alderman of the 3rd for his work on this bill. I'm sorry, I didn't even knock you down one. And I just want to point out that, the 3% tax increase is essentially a voluntary tax in that every citizen needs to eat, right? So when you go and you purchase groceries and you're paying that tax, that applies to every citizen.
I don't think that might be.
Oh, is this not on? Test. Okay. I'm so sorry. Is this better? Okay.
There we go. Okay. We got to raise it up.
The problem is I'm reaching the limit of the cord here. Again, I always wanted to be a cabaret singer. So sorry. I'd like to speak in support of this bill, not only praising the work that Alderman Bosley, the Alderman of the 3rd, has presented on it, but also pointing out that the sales tax of 3% is the maximum amount that the constitutional amendment that was recently passed by Missouri voters allows. And even though we are only a city of 313,000 or so at the moment, it would apply to any purchases for recreational marijuana, be they the gummies or the cookies or the other items that Alderman Bosley presented. And I believe that this could very well prove, at the very least, to be a Band-Aid for a shrinking tax base. So how many times have we been told that, well, Alderman, you need to pave this street, but you don't have the ward capital. Alderman, we need to redo Kings Highway, but we can't quite afford it yet, so we have to pay in time and get funds from the federal government.
I think you got to do one of these,
yeah.
Alderman Stephens.
I apologize. As with the Alderman of the 25th earlier, I'm hearing myself, so thank you for pointing out my natural quietness. I would likewise thank the Alderwoman of the 27th, Miss Alderwoman Boyd, who's also the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, for hosting a committee hearing on this, and then also agreeing to compromise in passing the bill out at that time so that we could be here today, but also holding an additional hearing so that the public might offer their opinion on it, which ultimately the public will have to offer their opinion on it, as this is a referendum piece. And as I did in the Ways and Means Committee, I would like to once again ask to be a co-sponsor of this bill, of Board Bill 139, please.
Madam Clerk, please add Alderman Stevens as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. And thank you again, Alderman Bosley, for your work on this bill, and everyone else that contributed in the Ways and Means Committee hearing. So with that, I yield back, Madam President.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Okay. I think now you can hear me. I feel strange getting up here supporting anything about marijuana, because for so many years we were told this was the poisonous drug, and that was going to lead to the next drug, to the next drug, to the next drug. And we did not know that was Big Pharma doing that, because, of course, a plant is much worse than all those drugs they've given us over all the years. So now here comes my very liberal side, okay? I don't smoke anything, but I don't think that other people should be prevented from that. And I most certainly don't think marijuana is any worse than and better than getting drunk and driving, okay? So, but they have us so conditioned now that my generation, we don't even want to say that it's okay, because through the years, they've told us this is bad. And so I wanted to just get up and kind of get my shackles off and say that I want to support this and want to make sure people understand that this is not on medical marijuana. This is just on recreational use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's no, and that's very important because some people have to take marijuana for medical uses, and we don't want to tax anything that people use for medical. I don't support sales tax usually, but in this case, I am going to support the sales tax. I think that'll be a good revenue for the city. And like I said, it feels strange just still sitting up here. I'm just really getting out of my comfort zone. I'm serious. I am being as honest as I can. I'm out of my comfort zone because through all my college years, high school, and everything, that was a no-no to talk about marijuana. And they did a story recently on 60 Minutes to talk about how many people who still cannot honestly say they use marijuana because they still feel that backlash or that disapproval. So I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone, and this is why we do need new, young people to teach us things and to do things that we older people maybe just can't get to. So I appreciate you sponsoring this bill, and I am going to support it. And I did just want to thank you for that and to get, again, make myself understand time changes and things. Sometimes you have to change with them. So thank you for sponsoring this bill.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alderwoman from the 14th.
Yes, I'm kind of in the alderman for the first camp. I've never been very much into, drugs, or I did smoke cigarettes at one time. But I do, and I do support this because I really believe we don't charge enough cigarette tax in the state of Missouri. And I don't know what revenue this will bring, but hopefully it may be a deterrent, and maybe it'll provide some education for the use of recreational marijuana and tempered use of it, rather than people getting out and driving and being high and so forth. So I am in support of this, and I would like to ask, could I have my name added to this?
Please.
Madam Clerk.
Or is it too late?
We said Alderwoman on the first two. I'm just saying we got
Madam
two.
Clerk, could you please add the Alderwoman from the 14th and the Alderwoman from the 1st?
I was also asked if is it too late to do this in bank if no one has
It is not.
objections? Is there anyone that objects to doing this in bank? I'll leave that to the president.
Thank you, Alderwoman. It's been a motion to make this in bank. Any objections? Right, Madam Clerk, if you could.
We all good on this?
I need a second. Okay. Seconded by the Alderman from the 9th.
Roll one up for everybody.
Please, one person speaking at a time.
Make sure all my friends have a toast in you all's honor tonight.
Madam Clerk, please make Board Bill number 139 in bank.
So noted.
Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Excuse me. I was going to request that my name be added to the bill, but for a specific reason. For so long, advocates and proponents of legalizing marijuana, whether it be medical marijuana or recreational marijuana, and we've heard these similar arguments out of regarding other issues as well, have said that the best thing to do to rid ourselves of some of these societal ills is to bring them out of the darkness into the light and to regulate them and tax them. And that way we can deal with the unintended and sometimes natural consequences of the use and, frankly, sometimes abuse of some substances and of some actions. So I just want to make sure that I'm putting my money where my mouth is right now and saying that if we're going to, I've been advocating for this for quite some time, saying, hey, this isn't crazy. Legalize it, regulate it, tax it. Let's go. And I'm really happy to be a part of that on the back end here with being able to say, hey, now we're going to be able to raise revenue for our city, and wherever that may go, we'll figure out what the tax base, how specifically we're going to allocate all those funds as we move forward. But it's important to say, okay, this is stuff that these are actions that were being taken by people in the city of St. Louis regardless. Now they're going to be able to come out of the darkness into the light, and the city is going to be able to increase revenue as a result of that, and we're going to be able to do more for the citizenry as a result of the actions being taken here today. And I would commend Alderman Bosley for his work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd, you're recognized to close.
Thank you. I appreciate all the support and everyone that spoke up in support. I would like to say, number one, this is not just an effort by myself. This is also the President's office. So for folks who have not been introduced to some of the legislation and things that the President's office would like to do, this is one of the bills that we've had some conversation about for years. I think when the President first, when I first became Alderman, we had conversations about legislation around these particular things. So, I just want folks to know, when it's real, it's real. I try to do the best that I can to keep things 1,000. When we have folks working and doing things that affect us all, and we're all especially, are willing to embang things, and everybody is on one accord, we all need to know that it's not just us as just the board, it also is our presidents and their office as well. This was a decision that every single one of us agree upon. So this is an amazing thing for us all. I appreciate the President's office for also being a champion and ensuring that these things were looked at the very beginning and not looking at this years and years later. So definitely appreciate you all. So the appreciation coming from me and the hard work for me, I appreciate that. But there's also is in connection with the President's office. So I just want everybody to also appreciate the work that our President has done as well on this bill, and the people that work with her as well. So thank you all, and our staff members.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It has been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded from the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we perfect Board Bill number 139. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. I have 25 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to perfect Board Bill number 139.
Thank you all.
Here we go. Third reading, report of engrossment and final passage. Or, sorry, third reading and consent. Third reading consent calendar.
We have none.
Third reading, report of engrossment and final passage.
Board Bill number 44, Committee Sub as amended, introduced by Alderwoman Rice, President Green, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Gunther, Alderman Vaquero, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderwoman Spencer, and Alderwoman Peel. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis a proposed amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis, reenacting a new section relating to the establishment of a charter commission containing an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized on Board Bill 44, Committee Substitute as amended.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to send Board Bill 44 back to the perfection calendar and reconsider the vote by which it was perfected.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by, not quite here, by the Alderman from the 11th, 16th, that we move Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended, back to the perfection calendar and reconsider the vote. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. I'm sorry. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice.
Aye.
Alderman Gunther.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer.
Aye.
Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Odenberg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Grass. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Odenberg. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Walker. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. I have a total of 24 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 8th to move Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended, back to the perfection calendar and reconsider the vote. Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we perfect Board Bill Committee Substitute as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 11th, that we perfect Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Madam President, colleagues, I appreciate your patience. There's one amendment that is on your desks in front of you, Amendment 1, and I would love to put this in front of us to discuss. So I would move that we adopt Amendment number 1 to Board Bill 44, Committee Substitute as amended.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we adopt Amendment number 1 to Board Bill 44, Committee Substitute as amended. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you all for bearing with me on this. There was one major conflict of language that is in the original board bill. So if you read the amendment that should be on your desk, we're striking out section E of page 8, starting on line 10, because it previously identified the number of votes required by the commission in order to send anything to the voters, was both listed as a simple majority and a supermajority. The language inserting instead makes it clear that it is a supermajority required to send anything to the voters. So being that changing the charter is a significant undertaking, having more agreement within the Charter Commission before anything is sent to the voters seems like good sense to me. So I don't know that we need to read it if it's in front of everybody, but I am happy to read it if anyone needs that. You want me to? Okay, all right. So to amend said board bill, page 8, line 10 to page 8, line 14 as follows. Beginning on page 8, line 10, strike out the words, E, the Charter Commission shall select officers, submit amendments to the Board of Election Commissioners, and make other decisions as necessary, subject to a majority vote of the voting members of the Commission. Any charter or amendment must receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of all the members of the Commission before submission to the voters. And insert in lieu thereof to read in words and figures as follows. The Charter Commissions shall select officers and make other decisions as necessary, subject to a majority vote of the voting members of the Commission. In order to submit any new charter, charter provision, or amendment to a charter provision to the voters, it must receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of all voting members of the Charter Commission. And I am happy to take questions.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd.
Hello. All right, there we go. All right. So we struck out the Charter Commission shall submit amendments to the Board of Election Commissioners. Why did we remove that extra step of having individuals from the Board of Election Commissioners to oversee
Alderman from the 3rd.
amendments?
Would you like to ask the Alderwoman from the 8th to yield for questions?
Well, yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 8th, would you yield to questions from the Alderman from the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed, Alderman.
Thank you. So reading it, of course, we went from an extra step to where we removed that extra step of, I would say, cushion or individuals who have an extra set of eyes on it from the Board of Election Commissioners. We send a lot to them. Is there a reason why we removed the Board of Election Commissioners?
No, so we didn't remove the Board of Election Commissioners. So it, in order to send anything to the voters, that has to go through the Board of Election Commissioners. So there is no mechanism in which the Charter Commission can merely submit things straight to the voters themselves. The Board of Election Commissioners is the authority that will send that. They'll put it on the ballot and put it in front of the people. So it's not removing it, it's clarifying the language, because I used Board of Election Commissioners in one place and the voters in another place on the language that I struck out. So I clarified it just to say voters in the clarified language of the amendment.
Is every single person in the city of St. Louis a voter?
Yes.
All the people who are registered to vote are voters.
All right. And is every voter a part of the Board of Election Commissioners who deals with those people who vote?
No. So Alderman, in order to change the charter, there's Missouri constitutional law that governs how we do this. So nothing that I'm doing here is changing any of the procedure to send. So it's the same way that we as the Board of Aldermen, if we pass an ordinance like this ordinance we're doing, we're sending it to the voters, but we send it through the Board of Election Commissioners because that's their job. That's their purview. That's what we do. So I'm not changing any of that. It's merely a language change. It is not a procedure change.
So was there a conflict with the wordage?
There was in the original about the number of commissioners needing to vote for a provision in order for that provision to go forward. So say, for example, so I said, all right, I would like to, we've talked about this, the language change and gender markers and that type of thing. So if, as the Board of Election, or Charter Commission members, in order for them to say we're going to change all of the gender language from he in the charter to he or she or they would have that provision in front of them. In order for them to send that to the ballot, 2/3 of the members, so 6 of 9 folks have to vote for it instead of just a simple majority, so instead of 5, because so a simple majority is required to elect officers and kind of run their business. So if they're saying, hey, we want to make a motion to have a meeting on a Saturday or have a meeting in the evening, or they're just making motions kind of the same way that we do in committee, those are simple majority. But if they get down to the final step of sending something to the ballot, that has to get 6 of 9 votes. So more consensus has to be built in order to send anything to the voters.
Understood. So what you're saying is the initial language in
the initial
the ballot
language
was kind of redundant?
It said both a simple majority and 6 of 9, and so I'm clarifying that it is in fact 6 of 9 required to make that final move to send something to the ballot.
So in the initial language, it says that the Charter Commission shall select officers, and that shall is also shall submit amendments to the Board of Election Commissioners and make decisions as necessary, subject to the majority of voters, which is, kind of followed, underneath. I know that if you want to make a charter change, you'd have to take that to the Board of Elections so they can certify the amount of people who were petitioned and the individuals who live within the city, so they can certify that the documents have been collected correctly and that the individuals who signed these documents actually are registered to vote and folks who actually live at these addresses where they put that John Hancock on, correct?
Yep.
So that's 100% understood, which is what I think the change is in particular. Initially, with it going to the Board of Election Commissioners, was there an expectation that the Board of Election Commissioners could potentially look at something that was submitted by this individual commission and possibly say
make changes
no
or
or
something?
make changes?
No. So they do not have the authority to make any sort of amendments. The same way that we're sending your sales tax bill over, they can't change it. Once it comes out of the Board of Aldermen, because we are the authority who's issuing that, we send it to the Board of Election Commissioners. They don't change it. They take it as is and they put that on the ballot. So this would be the same. They would take the language as given to them from the Charter Commission and put it on the ballot. So, and sending it to the voters is the exact same as sending it to the Board of Election Commissioners, because you only get to the voters through the Board of Election Commissioners.
Understood. And the Board of Election Commissioners did not have any authority under the previous
That's
line,
correct.
Scrapped item
That's
here
correct.
in E.
Yep.
So they were just individuals who received the information from that commission. They didn't have any objectives, anything they were supposed to do other than what it is they already are supposed to do now.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Just make sure,
No
running
problem.
through it, I'm reading it.
No problem.
That I see.
I confused myself when I wrote it the first time, so I understand.
Understood. So once again, I just want to be extremely clear. So this is only removing the Board of Election Commissioners solely because it have to go to them regardless.
Yeah, the intent of the amendment is not to remove the Board of Election Commissioners. It was to clarify the votes needed by the commission to send anything. So that's merely a verbiage change.
Understood. So the submission was for. I'm sorry.
Right. Sorry. The substantive change is that vote count that's needed by the commission.
Get it. So the submission was for them to be able to collect that information and say this is certified. And it's just removing that because they have that job to do already.
Right, that's their job. Yep.
Okay, super simple.
Yep.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate
No
your
problem.
information. Thank you for taking questions.
Okay. Any further discussion? It's been moved by the 21st.
Hello
Sorry.
again.
Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Would the Alderwoman from the 8th Ward yield to another question?
Oh, sorry, would the Alderwoman from the 8th yield to a question from the Alderwoman from the 21st? Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. So initially, I perceived that the real issue was the 2/3 as opposed to the majority.
Right.
Do you have any issue with adding back in that this will be amendments to the Board of Election Commissioners?
Instead of the word voters?
Yes.
So you just want to clarify that? I consider that
okay,
that's a friendly amendment.
What my vision is.
Yeah, that's
my
fine.
vision is if you're going to change just how it's calculated, then that's the only thing to me that should be changed.
I understand.
I was expecting the wordage or the verbiage to be verbatim with the exception of the 2/3 and the simple majority.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. So originally I had voters at the end of sentence 2, but I am happy to, if you want to strike voters in sentence 2 in the amendment and change it to Board of Election.
Yeah, just as long as it mimics the original with the exception of how it is calculated.
Sure, I think it's a really friendly amendment.
And
I appreciate
that. Thank you so much.
Yep, absolutely. Sure.
So
Okay.
do we want to make a motion to amend the amendment?
If it's a friendly amendment, I think I consider it a friendly amendment, so
Okay.
I'm okay accepting that.
Okay.
If you don't, I'll read it as with the new language
Yes,
in it,
please
so
do
we
that.
can, for clarity. Okay, so insert in lieu thereof to read in words and figures, as follows. E, the Charter Commission shall select officers and make other decisions as necessary, subject to a majority vote of the voting members of the Commission. In order to submit any new charter provision, or amendment to a charter provision to the Board of Election Commissioners, it must receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of all voting members of the Charter Commission.
Right.
The Board of Election Commissioners, right. Right, that's correct, yeah.
Right. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded from the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we adopt Amendment 1 to Board Bill 44 Committee Substitute as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board.
Okay. I sent a Board Bill 77 back to the perfection calendar right before Christmas. It is no place on this agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know, because when we come back, we're going to have to put it there, and I don't want people to know, to think something happened. It was supposed to be on the perfection calendar today.
Okay.
Okay.
Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Alderman Gunther is passing out Amendment number 2. This one is a little bit more substantive than just a clarification change, and I want to. I will go ahead and make the motion so that we can discuss it. So I'll move to adopt Amendment number 2 to Board Bill 44 Committee Substitute as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 11th, that we adopt Amendment 2 to Board Bill number 44 Committee Substitute as amended. Alderwoman from the 8th, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. All right, so I will go ahead and read this so we can discuss. It should be, Alderman Gunther is getting all of those out. All right, and to the clerk as well. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think the clerk has copies. Are we good? Okay. So this says, to amend said board bill, page 7, line 14, to page 7, line 14 as follows. Beginning on page 7, line 14, after the words, the city councilor or their designee, insert the following words and figures. 1 member from the labor community to give input on workers' interests and knowledge of public sector employment. So the idea here, this was brought to me by some of our union representatives that represent city employees, and they said, you know, you've got the Board of Personnel on here as an ex officio member of the Charter Commission. We would like some representation on this board as well. And so in discussions with the Greater St. Louis Labor Council, with the Carpenters Union, and with the Police Officers Association, they all came to agreement that this language was sufficient for them to include 1 member on this commission in an ex officio role. And really what that does, so ex officio members don't have a vote on the final, on the products or, you know, doing the business, but they will be in the room, they will be a formal part of this process so that they can be representing the workers of our city, our employees, and helping to inform if there are any changes, you know, say to the to civil service or to job descriptions or to anything that is affecting our employees here. They will have a voice on the Charter Commission as well. So that's the spirit of this amendment, and I am happy to take questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 16th. The Alderwoman from the 8th yield to questions from the Alderman from the 16th.
Absolutely.
Alderman, you may proceed.
You got to come down to my level now. You're on that mic.
Okay. Thank you, Alderwoman, for yielding. Could you speak real quickly again? Remind me the origin who brought this to your attention, that that there needed to be a voice from the labor community?
Yeah, so the first notification I got was from the Greater St. Louis Labor Council. I believe that came from the firefighters, from the IAF brought it to the Labor Council. That's the origin of this request.
Right. So these are workers coming to you, and you're amenable to address their situation.
100%. I think it was a great flag, and I'm happy to make sure
You've
that
been
they're-
very consistent in always upholding when workers are to be put first on all legislation. I just want to remind you that I appreciate that consistency, Alderwoman. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one, and I believe the Alderwoman from the 8th will appreciate this. She's an attorney as well. I noticed that the L in labor is capitalized. Is that a defined term elsewhere in the...
No, I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask?
Oh, excuse me. Pardon me.
Would you like to ask her to
yes,
yield?
will the Alderman from the 8th, Alderwoman from the 8th, excuse me, please yield?
Would the Alderwoman from the 8th please yield to questions from the Alderman from the 24th?
Yes.
You may proceed, Alderman.
Sorry about that. As I previously asked, I noticed that the L in labor was capitalized, which leads me to believe it may be a defined term. I was just trying to figure out if it was a defined term or if we were just still going off kind of plain language.
It's plain language. It's more of a respect, just labor with capital L. But it is not a defined term.
Okay, that's all I had. Sure. I am supportive of this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 11th, that we adopt Amendment 2 to Board Bill 44, Committee Substitute as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. All right. Alderwoman from the 8th, you are now recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 44, Committee Substitute as amended.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I'm glad that I don't have to add any more A's to the end of that sentence. I don't want to belabor the point. We had a lot of discussion last session on perfecting this bill, so I will renew my motion.
Right. It was moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 11th, that we perfect Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderwoman Bosley. I'm sorry, Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Aye. Alderman Gunther.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Aye. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderwoman Howard. Aye.
Can we do that? Well, I think something's wrong. I don't have Board Bill 44 at my desk, period. And I think there may be a few other people who don't have it.
Look in your third. It should be your third reading. It's in your third reading.
Take that back. Thank you. Sorry.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. 23 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to perfect Board Bill number 44, Committee Substitute as amended. First reading of resolutions. No, we did those already with the special order of the day.
Resolution number 156, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus. The members of this Honorable Board of Aldermen join the sponsor of this resolution in expressing their deepest sympathy to the family of Mrs. Joyce Marie Benton upon her passing, and take time from conducting the business of the Board of Aldermen for a moment of silence in respect for Joyce Benton's passing.
Madam Clerk, we're on first reading a resolution. We adopted the courtesy resolutions calendar earlier.
You did earlier, I'm sorry.
Don't want to make you read more than you have to.
Resolution number 167, introduced by Alderman Narayan, approving the submission of an application for federal funding under...
I think there's some before that.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Poor Tracy. We appreciate you today.
Resolution number 159, sponsored by President Green and Alderman Vollmer. Last day of introduction for board bills for 2022-23 legislative session. Resolution number 64, introduced by
No,
Alderman...
we take them one at a time.
Oh, okay. Is Annie doing Russian?
Alderwoman from the 8th.
Madam President, we're going to table this resolution or withdraw it, informal,
Withdraw
I'm
it.
not sure. Withdraw. We're withdrawing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution number 164, introduced by Alderman Odenberg, intention to establish the St. Louis Hills Special Business District.
Alderman from the 16th, you are recognized on resolution number 164.
Madam President, I move to refer Resolution 164 to the Ways and Means Committee, please.
Madam Clerk, please refer resolution number 164 to the Ways and Means Committee.
So noted. Resolution number 166, introduced by Alderman Todd, the Dred Scott City of Refuge.
Alderman for the 18th, you're recognized on the first reading of resolution number 166.
Madam President, I move that resolution 166 be referred to the Public Safety Committee for discussion so that we don't have to, so that the citizens and the Honorable Board will have an opportunity for discussion.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please send resolution number 166 to the Public Safety Committee?
Thank you,
So
Madam.
noted.
Thank you.
Resolution number 167, introduced by Alderman Narayan, approving the submission of an application for federal funding under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program.
Alderman from the 24th, you're recognized on the first reading of resolution number 167.
I request unanimous consent.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Ms. President. So as many of you are aware, over the summer, there was flooding throughout the city of St. Louis. There were neighborhoods in the 24th Ward that were hit particularly bad. There are many, many displaced people. In fact, FEMA came in and declared parts of the ward federal disaster area. SEMA, the state emergency management agency, needs a resolution from this board to send to FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, in order to apply some of the matching funds that will help these folks get the help from the government that they need. I hope that you all are supportive of this. This is the furthest thing from political, and frankly, it's not something that I had ever thought of doing when I got elected. I never thought that part of my ward would become a federal disaster area. I would love for us to be able to, I know it's at the end of a long day, I would love for us to be able to set aside any of our political differences and come together to help people who had literally feet of water enter their homes within minutes. People were on each other's shoulders, carrying each other through floodwaters. It was a very dangerous situation. We're trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again by making sure that people who would like to move out of this floodplain can. That's all we're doing here. I would really appreciate everyone's support on this.
Alderman,
Thank you.
would you like to make a motion to adopt?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to adopt. Thank you.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we adopt resolution number 167. Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, if the Alderman from the 24th would yield.
Would the Alderman from the 24th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st?
Absolutely.
Is this part of a buyout that I think that they had applied for a grant to buy the people out?
So my understanding from talking to the administration on this is that there's two different paths right now, one through MSD and then another one through SEMA starting with a C, SEMA starting with an S, and then FEMA to buy out folks that would like to be bought out. My understanding currently is that no one who would like to stay in their home is being forced to be bought out. That's certainly not my purpose here. This is not to displace people. It's to make sure that folks who are terrified to live in the house that they live in right now have a route of egress.
I wish that things were not political, but they are. I am going to support this, but I want to tell you the other side of the story. We have over in North St. Louis, MSD has been buying houses because it's cheaper for them to buy houses than to dig up under the ground. So they just buy out all neighborhoods. And so we had a big flooding area. In fact, we had a command station over at Lexington School on Norwood. And we had that because we have a pump there that didn't work. We also go a few blocks over, and MSD had bought out a lot of the land over in a neighborhood called Wells Goodfellow, and they left 14 houses on one street and 5 on another one, which I have been telling them, you got to buy this. They said, oh no, this is a 100-year flood plan, and they dug a big hole in it with all the drainage. And I said, well, what if it's a 101-year flood? That will never happen. That will never happen. I started telling them that in 2013. Well, guess what happened in 2022? I know you already know.
We had 200-year floods in a week.
Exactly. But here's what I'm irritated about. They applied for you guys over there, but guess what they didn't do? They didn't apply for the money to buy out my people, okay? I'm not opposed to you. I'm glad for them. Nobody should be in these houses. But equally, shame on the mayor's office for applying. That's what makes things political, when you do really dumb things like that, okay? That's really dumb and ignorant and should not have happened. And we've been talking about this way before it happened. I mean, and when I call MSD, because the day that the flood happened, I just went through I called the mayor's office. They didn't know what to do. I went through my list of people in that iPad, and I had so many MSD people. I called them myself to get help, and we set up the thing, but they didn't apply for our people. So they're still sitting. That's what makes people say it's racist. That's what makes people say it's unfair, because there's no way that should be happening, okay? I am fully supportive of your people, but I'm equally appalled at the lack of understanding in the mayor's office that they applied for one part of town and not another. But the mayor did take opportunity, her and our congresswoman, the things that I set up over there, they came. I was so sick I couldn't do that, but they came and took pictures. But my people are very upset, but I am not. I want your people to have everything that you represent. I'm just very disappointed that they didn't apply for it across the board. Okay.
Alderwoman, if I may respond?
Yes.
I certainly appreciate that sentiment, and I know from our previous conversations that I've repeatedly said the 24th Ward is not an island. I think that that's particularly true when we're talking about water in this region. And if there is anything that either I know that the folks who are displaced by this can do to help out with the folks who are displaced in your community, please let me know. I'll be there. And I share your frustration with some of the folks who came around for photo opportunities and then were nowhere to be found afterwards.
Exactly. So I'm very happy for you. You did what you were supposed to do. I was sick and doing what I was supposed to do, and people called me and said, they're over here asking why you're not taking pictures. And they said, because my Alderwoman is sick and she did this laying on her back getting this done. So I'm happy for you guys. But again, when administrations do this kind of stuff, that makes it look really bad. And it looks bad in North St. Louis for this kind of thing, but good for you guys. And we're going to follow up with another, ask them to apply for another grant. But it should have happened at the same time.
And when you do, feel free to loop me in on that, and you know I'll support it, Alderwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we adopt resolution number 167. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution number 168, introduced by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, supporting SEIU's appeal on behalf of the non-union janitors and workers with disabilities at the 22nd Circuit Court.
Alderwoman from the 20th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'd like to move that we send Resolution 168 to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee.
Madam Clerk, can you please move Resolution 168 to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee?
Second.
Sorry.
Second. She made the motion.
I made the motion.
I'll second the motion.
You made.
She made the motion. I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 20th, seconded from the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we send resolution number 168 to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. All those in favor signify by
Excuse me.
Sorry. Any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am. I want to know if the janitors over at the court are civil service employees or not.
They are not, is my understanding. Their contract.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 20th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we send resolution number 168 to Intergovernmental Affairs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution number 169, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, Special Committee on Long-Term Health Care Facilities.
Alderwoman from the 8th, you are recognized on the first reading of resolution number 169.
I'm the 6th Ward Alderwoman.
What did I say?
It's a compliment, thank you.
Okay, from the 6th.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for unanimous consent of Resolution 169.
Okay, hearing no objection, you may proceed.
I renew my motion.
Would you like to make a motion to adopt?
I would love to make a motion to adopt Resolution 169.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we adopt resolution number 169. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Second reading resolutions, committee reports, and adoptions.
We have none.
Miscellaneous and unfinished business.
We have none.
Announcements.
Monday, January 16, 2023, office closed in recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King holiday. Tuesday, January 17, 2023, Health and Human Services, 9 a.m. via webinar. Public Safety, 1 p.m. via webinar. Wednesday, January 18, 2023, Streets Committee will meet at 10 a.m. via webinar. Thursday, January 19, 2023, the HUD's Committee will meet at 9 a.m. via webinar. Special Transition Committee will meet at 11 a.m. via webinar. Friday, January 20, 2023, full board meeting, 10 a.m. Chambers. This is the extent of the announcements.
Any further announcements?
Yes.
Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. In honor of the Alderman from the 26th and all of our incredible students and staff at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School, they are coming back into their building for the first time since the terrible act of violence last fall. And so I want to extend our feelings of love and peace and excitement that they are back in their building, and hope that they find the community that they need as we go forward, and particularly with Alderwoman Clark Hubbard's loved ones at the high school. So just announcing, if you've got any constituents, family, friends that are involved, please send all of the love as they move in next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we've been going on for quite some time here, so I won't belabor the point. I would just like to request a brief moment of silence for two individuals. First, Rich Torak, who is a municipal court judge, a longtime Franz Park resident, recently passed away, and I'd like to have a brief moment of silence for him, as well as remind this body that today, 1 year ago, is the day that we lost firefighter Ben Polson. I'd like to also request a moment of silence for him. Thank you.
You could please take a moment of silence. Any further announcements? Alderman from the 25th, are you standing for that or for, okay, Alderman from the 10th?
Hello. Yes, the announcement is that any board member or staff member receiving, getting the Milos before 5, the first drink's on me. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Alderman from the 23rd.
I would like to also.
Alderman from the 25th, that you do not have the floor.
Oh, I
The
heard
Alderman from the 23rd.
I'm sorry, I heard Alderman from the 25th.
Yeah, he's just more excited. It's actually, in case nobody knows it, it's the Alderman for the 10th's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Alderman from the 25th, you are now recognized in your announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. My apologies. My good ear must have been somewhere else. But that was going to be my announcement as well, and I was kind of hoping you all would indulge me as we sing to the Alderman from the 10th Ward, happy birthday. That's a resounding no. So I think the meeting has, we can do that over at Milo's, I suppose. But that is the announcement that I was going to make. Thank you.
Alderman from the 12th.
Okay. In addition to Alderman Ryan of the 24th moment of silence, I did want to point out that tomorrow at Engine House 13, which is located at 1400 Shawmut Place, up in 63112, at 10 a.m., there will be the street naming ceremony for firefighter Ben Polson. And of course, we passed that out of the Board of Aldermen a few months ago. I believe it was Alderwoman Ingracia that sponsored that bill and that resolution. So not to bring down the conversation, my apologies for doing so, but tomorrow, 10 a.m., Engine House 13 is the dedication for firefighter Ben Polson Way. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, I would like to thank all of the staff today for their time. Additionally, Clerk Sharita, who is homesick, but has been texting us throughout the day to make sure that we're getting everything done that we need to. So we're really appreciative of all the staff at the Board of Aldermen. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the motion to excuse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we excuse the Alderwoman from the 19th Ward for necessary absence.
Sir, it's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded from the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we excuse the Alderwoman from the 19th for necessary absence. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we. I move that we. Okay, you guys, we're almost there.
Okay, he's got to make the motion first.
I make the motion that we we adjourn until Friday, January 20th at 10 a.m. in the Board of Aldermen chambers here at City Hall.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we adjourn until next Friday, January 20th at 10 a.m. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. See you next week. I know you need some water. I know, I am so thirsty.